seat.
A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Crossover. Oh, killer crossover.
Just crossover. It just crossed him over. Absolutely. Another victim to the crossovers. Cross him up and sit him down.
Time for the crossover. It's powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com. John Bishop, Josh Peterson, Nick Grimm. Hello. I've noticed that you're not me, so that's exciting.
No.
Hi, Josh.
Hi.
How you doing?
Hello.
All right.
Once again, we proved that there is no normal.
Nah.
Unnormal is the new normal. Remember that? The new normal.
The new normal.
Oh.
Our new normal is never working with any of your colleagues on a regular basis anymore.
These uncertain times.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Remember yesterday when I said I was worried for Happer? Like,
Yeah.
you feel you sound like death.
Yeah.
And he's like, I'm fine.
Yeah.
And now look, he's at home.
Hang the banner. Nick was right.
He hasn't even tweeted today.
Wow.
Is he alive?
I don't know. Josh,
Well, if
when's
you
the last
can-
time you heard from
If
him?
you can call that living. I believe it's about 6:45 today.
Wonder what Happer does on his day off.
Hangs out with his daughter?
No, he's sick. He doesn't want to get his daughter sick.
Oh, that's true. Well, baby, you
How
need
do we
to
know
get
that the
baby
sickness
sick, don't
didn't
you?
come from the baby? Usually, as you can speak to very many times,
Yeah.
the sickness can come from your children.
At first, winter was brutal
Down
for
with the
my family.
sickness.
Yeah.
Are pox parties still a thing? Do parents still
No.
intentionally
I don't think so.
give their kids chicken pox?
No.
I don't think so.
Did you have a chicken pox party?
It wasn't a pox party, but my babysitter, there was a lot of kids that had chicken pox, and
Yeah.
she's told my mom, it's like, hey, there's kids here, and she's like, that's fine.
I don't.
Let him get it.
I didn't know anyone who went to a chicken pox party. They just went to school, which is thus how you got chicken pox. Do you remember having chicken pox?
Mhm. But
Vaguely, I do.
I don't remember, though, what time of year it was. I know
Yeah,
I wasn't
I
in
don't.
school.
Oh,
So
it
might
was
have
a
been-
summertime
It might
pox?
have been in the summer.
It might have been a
Summer pox.
summertime thing for me. I don't know. I was a tiny kid, so it was either summer or before I was even going into school. I
Man.
remember getting shingles.
What's the point of getting chicken pox if you can't miss school?
Yeah, seriously.
Yeah,
True.
Getting sick in the summer is among the worst things.
absolutely.
Because it's warm outside and you're like, this is dumb. I shouldn't feel this way.
The one time I had COVID, during
Summer?
the summer, July 4th.
And if you're a kid who gets sick in the summer, I mean,
Oh.
it's a waste of a day.
It is.
I see the kids outside. There's a lot of kids in my neighborhood who like to go fishing.
Okay, you're lying. Kids
Fishing.
outside.
Nick, I saw them riding their bikes today.
Good for them.
Yeah, they had their fishing poles in their backpacks.
No
Did
video
you
games?
did you listen closely to hear if anyone was whistling the Andy Griffith theme?
They probably wouldn't get that reference.
Well, they should, because that's what you're supposed to whistle when you go fishing.
Yeah, maybe when you were a kid.
Da, 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 da.
Yeah, they're outside, Nick.
Hmm.
Yeah, pretty cool to see.
I think they're drones. They're government plants.
The kids are
Yeah, the kids are
Wow.
drones.
that ride bikes.
Did we check to see if these children got constitutional authority to go fishing?
I do not ask. I don't talk to children.
Oh, okay.
So I just let
Probably a
them
good
ride their
move by you.
bikes. I
Yeah.
see the kids on the bikes and I let them go.
What?
You look at
Hey,
them like
kids,
they're
you got a
like they're
license?
creatures. Like, oh my God, there's a possum.
Sometimes kids will say, "Can I pet your dog?" And I'll say no. And then I say, "But thanks for asking."
How do
Just
they
in
re-
case.
How do they react when you say no?
Really?
Because some kids get
What
real
if
crappy
Banks
about
just
it.
got all weird about it and
Oh.
bit him and get in trouble?
Well, has Banks ever done this before?
No.
Do you have reason to believe he would?
Yeah.
Well, his former owners beat him and he bit the former owner.
Okay.
So
Well, but has he bitten anyone since?
no, he's a good boy.
Yeah.
Yeah, just to be safe though. But they
Wow.
usually say, "Okay."
Hmm.
And I say, "Thank you. Thank you
I
for
mean,
asking."
Wrigley is scared to death of children.
Yeah.
Scared to death of children. But if a little girl or a little boy comes along, I pet your dog. I sit her down. I grab her by the back of the collar just to make sure she doesn't run away or do
Yeah.
anything. And then the kids come up and, you know how kids pet, it's
Yeah.
just like, well, no, it's not even that.
Yeah, it's either really
the
hard
real
or
little
really
kids
soft.
are like, they're barely like touching hair. I mean, nothing is moving.
Our Misty, our dog.
Whoa, you have a dog?
Wait, you have
We
a
do.
dog?
She's a poodle. She's great. She
Sounds great.
doesn't like kids when they're in our house, but she's fine with kids just out in public,
Mm.
and that's interesting.
It's a
Interesting.
turf thing, right?
I think it must be, or maybe she's protecting
Does she
us from
pee
the
on
kids.
the kids to mark
I don't think
territory?
she pees
Yeah,
on the kids.
It's probably surroundings thing.
Yeah.
It's like Wrigley, scared to death of the wind.
Oh,
Hates the
had
wind.
to hate this last weekend.
Hates the wind.
Oh,
But she'll want outside. where the wind is.
Yeah.
Because it's not really the wind she's scared of. It's what the wind is doing to make noises outside.
Oh, it's the sound.
Yeah.
Hmm.
But it is kind of weird that, the reason why it's happening is because it's windy outside. And so what does she do? She goes outside where it's windy.
By the way, people are saying that I'm afraid of children. I'm not afraid of children. Do not put it on the internet that I'm scared of kids.
Do you hate children
No, I just don't want to talk to them.
or have them?
You don't want them to touch
Or
your
have
dog.
No, I'd be fine with it. Just trying to be
Sticky
safe.
hands all over Mr. Banks.
Nah, I gave him a bath the other day.
What if they were buying drugs from Mr. Banks?
Hey, Doobie Banks?
Doobie Banks.
You'd be one of those people
Smoking
that
the doobies.
that used to be mean to the newspaper kids.
Who?
You.
Why?
Get off
Because
my
you're scared.
lawn.
Get off my lawn.
I love newspapers. Support journalism.
No, but it's not the newspapers. It's the
it's
kids.
the children?
Yeah, just on
Because-
their bikes trying to make a.
I was
Hey,
their
Penny.
age when I was a kid. What do you mean?
I was their age.
No,
when
I'm
I was a
saying-
kid.
When I was a
saying-
kid, I was their age.
When I was their age, I was their
I'm
age.
saying
Yeah.
if you were an adult back in the days when people used to get papers delivered,
Oh, no.
you'd be mean to the kids,
No.
or they'd come to collect. You'd be like, "Well, you want my money for?"
You talk to children?
Why do I want to give you
John,
any
you
money?
you walk around, you talk to kids.
The neighbors' kids. Neighbors' kids are outside.
What do you
they say
what do
hi.
you talk to them about? Well, if they say hi, I say hi back.
He probably
Sure.
talks about like Fortnite with them.
We had a little guy come into the booth last week.
Yeah.
We did.
He was the son of the distributor of the great Sunbelt granola bars,
Oh.
and he was a baseball
man.
player.
Yeah.
And I talked to him about
It's
baseball.
different though. I'm just talking about walking down a sidewalk and striking up a conversation with a 12-year-old.
Well, I don't
Does it-
start the conversation, but
Okay.
if they say hi or if I see
I
something,
say hello.
if I see something funny, I might say, "Hey, that's a funny looking bike." you got."
Keenan
or
says
something.
old people love talking to kids. Yeah, maybe
They do.
Yeah, old people do like children.
It's funny.
Hi
I'm
there,
starting to
Shawty.
like talking to kids. So-
Wow.
I wonder what that is.
You crossed over a Rubicon,
I have.
Josh.
I've never been afraid to talk to kids.
Yeah?
or afraid of kids.
I'll talk
Not
to a
afraid of
kid if
kids.
it like is a situation in which you would talk to a
See,
kid.
It's getting me uncomfortable, Nick.
It's like, hey, I like
It's a
your
lot
bike.
of qualifiers.
It's a cool bike.
a lot of qualifiers.
I see a kid on a bike.
By the way, Andrew says that fishing is the big thing for kids right now. My son just bought a fishing backpack and 2 poles.
That's
What
cool.
is happening on TikTok that's making kids want to fish? Because this is for sure. This originated on TikTok.
You
I
should
don't
go find out.
I
Nick.
don't think so.
This
Why-
seems like
Why wouldn't it happen?
some kids stumbled across this on TikTok and then it just.
I like when
became a
John
thing.
doesn't understand something, so he's just like, "Nah, it couldn't have been that."
No, I don't think it is. I don't think.
Why
that's
not?
What it
Well,
is.
like kids were.
Why does it always? Why does every trend have to be on TikTok?
Because that's just the world we live in now.
We got to
John,
get Greg
seriously.
Wagner on TikTok.
That's
he would do
all
numbers. On
Kids
TikTok.
do. They just
crush
sit
it.
and
all
scroll
those
on their
duck noises.
phone. That's all they do.
Yeah, but I'm not. But it's possible. Maybe it's possible that they discovered it because they were watching the Outdoor Channel
Yeah, that's definitely.
and they
what's
saw
happening.
the Bill Dance fishing show.
Stib says kids asked to pet Ed, and I have full political debates with 8-year-olds on the street. I'll do that the next time. Hey, who would you have voted for last year, little kid?
Oh, you want to pet my dog? What's your thoughts on Iran?
And then I'll see if I like the answer.
Yeah, of course you can pet Ed, but what's your stance on capitalism?
Severe says I had chickenpox in 1973, and I was living in the Bronx. I remember basically being locked away in my room and watch the Mets on WWOR every day. It's how I became a fan of the LGM.
Whoa! He is not allowed to
Yeah,
use the LGM if he's no longer a fan.
He's not.
So maybe he actually is a fan, and he's just hiding it. He's like in seclusion right now.
He knows Dickie Lovelady.
Dickie Lovelady, I love it.
That's a person's name.
That is an actual person's name.
Wow, Stib says, I go to my buddy's house and there is a pond in the neighborhood and it's swarming with kids fishing every day.
So I'm not saying that TikTok is the reason kids fish. Like kids are gonna fish, but the fact that there's so many kids fishing now, it
Or
has
may-
to be like a TikTok thing.
Or maybe it's because they heard that their friends do it. Kids do
because of TikTok.
kids do things because other kids do them.
All right, I'll put out a poll question. Do your kids fish? And we'll see what kind of votes
Yeah.
we get.
Like I fished growing up, but I wasn't like hanging out with the pals going fishing. We were
Having
playing video
neighborhood
games.
ponds is like something that we didn't. Of course, we had a ditch in the backyard, so we just fished back there.
Well, I mean,
caught
Nick,
crawdads.
Nick fishing makes sense, right? You lived in small town Iowa.
Down by
right?
the creek?
Yeah, we had
Down
there's
by
a-
the creek.
The Nishnabotna River would go through Manning, so kids would.
Nishnabotna.
Love that name.
It's
do
a
too.
great river. Kids would. There was 2 bridges in town, and kids would just be on the bridge and fish.
Is there just a Nishnabotna, or was there like a north?
There's
and a
like
south? I keep forgetting
there's different branches.
because I
of it.
see it. It crosses the interstate. I see the little
Yeah.
sign that says Nishnabotna.
Suburban kids fishing is the weird part of it.
Yeah,
Yeah, but like we have 2 neighborhood ponds in the neighborhood.
Wow.
Which
That sounds nice.
They just restock them. Here's some bluegill.
Apparently they do. I don't know.
Hmm.
The thing is, they're technically not in our neighborhood association, so I don't know who stocks them. I'm guessing the homeowners probably do. You know, their little neighborhood association.
That's what your dues are going for.
Yeah, stocking the pond. The thing about the pond, I haven't been by the one recently, but it always gets scummy. It always, gets all the algae and stuff everywhere, and it just looks.
They need to get
gross.
those fish that like to eat algae, the bottom feeders or whatever.
You mean catfish?
Sure.
Get some big old catfish.
I don't know anything about fish.
You know what a catfish is? don't
Yes, I know what a catfish
The
is.
first
You? You know what
fish-
you know what noodling is?
No.
People catching catfish using only their arms.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
They
freaks.
and basically they use their arms as the bait.
Yeah, because
And the catfish swallows their arm, and then they just pull the fish out of the water with the fish swallowing their arm.
fish are dumb and
That's
they're
weird.
attracted to the movement. It's like, oh, that moves like something I would eat. I'm gonna eat it.
Wow, sounds like a bunch of idiots.
Well, I mean, they're fish.
Yeah,
They are fish.
Well,
I didn't
the-
like fishing when I was a kid. I
what
thought it
was-
was boring.
What was the first fish you guys ever caught?
I think actually a catfish.
Probably a bluegill.
I think up in one of the Dakotas with my uncle.
Crappie.
Crappie, yeah.
Frog.
Caught a gar once.
Frog's not a fish.
That
I
was
caught a
freaky.
frog, and then the
It's not a fish.
inside the frog was a fish.
Do you know what a gar is?
Oh.
No.
Look
Terry
up-
Gar?
No, not Terry gar.
Two
RIP.
R's.
One R.
I missed
G-A-R.
Gar Week.
Garfish. Whoa, look at that thing.
That is
Whoa.
it's
it's an ugly looking.
It's a badass. It looks like an alligator. It looks like a
Wow,
little
weird.
alligator. And we were out on a pond, or out on a lake in Fremont, and this thing was fighting me like crazy. I was like, "Oh my god, what have I caught here?" Pulled it up the side of the boat. It was this big, ugly ass gar.
Dude, we don't talk enough about how fish are ugly. We need to make
Yeah.
this a,
I mean,
a
there's,
more
there's some attractive fish. I mean, you're
some, but they're mostly ugly as hell, man. They're
There's
gross.
some
gross.
attractive
Attractive
fish.
well,
Hot
sure.
take alert
Little
graphic
gu-
coming.
little goldfish.
Thank you, Josh. I got it.
Bluegill aren't ugly.
They're kind of ugly. Bluegill is just like the base fish to me. I see a bluegill, I'm like, that's a fish. If you get me a koi, though, koi's a cool fish.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying.
But
There
I'm not
are some-
attracted to it.
Well,
John's
attractive.
not going home, Nick, and like getting out the. Okay.
Listen, I'm not
I'm
going to
not
king
dialing
shame
up
John.
fish porn. I'm just saying. I'm just saying that there are fish that look aesthetically pleasing.
What did Troy McClure do at that aquarium in Springfield?
I'm
Simpsons
Troy
reference.
McClure.
R.I.P.
Hmm.
Are bluegill tasty? I don't remember. If bluegill
I
is
don't.
tasty.
I think bluegill's the reason I don't actually like to eat fish because whenever we'd go fishing, it was always bluegill we would catch.
Yeah,
And then we'd always make it. And I don't like bluegill.
I'm not a big fan of fish.
It's so bony.
Yeah. I
I
like
mean,
salmon.
I don't. I
Salmon seems to be the one exception. Like,
like
I don't
salmon.
really like fish or seafood, but I'll eat salmon.
You don't even like
sometimes.
shrimp, Nick?
Shrimp, yes.
Shellfish are fine. but
Popcorn
yeah.
shrimp. Pop that thing in all day.
Oh, I
Regular-
had shrimp
regular fish,
at the
fish.
mat last
You
week.
did.
Yep.
I was
Reg-
there.
Regular fish, not so good.
Yeah, I'll eat.
You just don't like the fishy stuff,
I
right?
don't like it.
Yeah.
I'll eat shrimp a little more than I'll eat salmon, but I don't eat any of them very frequently.
It offends me sometimes when we go out. You know, if we're with the Creighton basketball team and we go out and
Oh, you go to a seafood place?
Well, no, we go to a steakhouse and one of the options is salmon, and I see people eating salmon. I just want to shake my head.
Well, I mean, if you got a basketball game the next day, steak's a little heavy for you. I understand that. Night before a
Protein,
game.
baby, it's good
Yeah.
for you.
I know, but John, it sits in your stomach.
What's a good pre-basketball game meal?
Like the day of or the day before?
Day of.
Well, usually what
Carbs.
we have, because they do a pregame meal in the hotel.
Mhm.
It's usually
And how
always,
many hours before the game do you eat? 4, 5?
But you probably want something different than the players, right?
Well, no, everyone. It's
Yeah.
just one. It's just a buffet in the hotel that we go to our room and it's noodles, so carbs.
Mhm.
Yeah.
You know, usually either chicken or salmon, beef, salad.
Yeah.
You know, that kind of stuff.
Okay.
Just get a little food in you.
Just a
Need
little-
some
little
energy.
food.
But yeah, you don't want to be too heavy out there on the court.
Right.
I don't
My
mean
heart
to-
rate's always elevated.
I don't mean to wildly shift topics.
Please,
What do you
please.
got?
I've been
Are they trading your guy?
no. Well, yeah, they traded one of my guys.
Mm.
This petroleum truck that's in our parking lot.
Oh, hello.
What's that about?
There's a petroleum truck in the parking lot?
Yeah.
It'd been there the whole crossover.
I never even
Well,
noticed.
it backed in during the crossover.
Yeah.
Maybe he just wanted to listen to us.
I
Maybe
get
he
it.
loves the crossover.
You
The
know what it
signal's
is?
really good right here.
You know
and
what it
only
is?
right here.
Here's what it is. This is OPD's new undercover speeding.
Oh.
So it's actually an OPD, but it's disguised as a tanker truck.
Then
So
good front.
that when people speed by, they'll think, oh, that's just an innocent gas tanker. They're not going to hit me for speeding. And then he'll peel out here in a little bit and go chase down a speeder.
Do you think in the movies there's like a gaggle of dudes in the tank portion? And
Gaggle.
they've all got like computers and stuff.
Oh,
It's like,
yeah, it could be.
By the
Yeah.
way, sources have reached out to me. I have the answer if you guys want to know what it is.
No, what is?
That truck
Oh, yeah, sure.
filling up the new generator for the cell phone tower.
I kind of thought it was something related to
Sources say.
generator for the cell phone tower.
that. Yeah.
Cell phone towers need generators?
Gotta
What's a
have power.
backup generators?
I came to the station one night after the College World Series. It was like 11 or something. And our friend Chris Prudon pulls up next to me.
Chris Prudon.
And he goes, "You want to take a look at the generator?" I'm like, "Yeah." I didn't, but I was being kind. If Chris says, "Would you go do this with me?" you go do it with him, because
He did ask you that a lot during the series.
it benefits you in some way, shape, or form. You just don't know how yet.
Mhm.
Did
It's
he-
always an
Was
experience.
he able to grift you something for looking at the generator?
No, he was not. But we did take a tour of the new generator. We gave it a knock. It was hollow. So
Bonk, bonk.
Oh, we have a new generator?
Mhm. Yeah.
Nice. Oh, that's right. We used to have, didn't we have it was a diesel powered one and it smoked inside the building when it
Yeah.
ran it?
That's right, John.
Yeah.
I started
Hey,
calling,
good news. We got backup power. Bad news. You're going to be smelling diesel fumes for the next
Hey, I'll say this.
10 hours.
They have fixed the air in here. It is now
Yeah.
a little
Yeah.
chilly now that I'm sitting
Yeah.
Oh, I
below
love it.
an air conditioning that works.
I love being a little chilly.
This is a good day for it, too, because it's very juicy out.
Yeah,
Oh,
I let Banks out this
juicy.
morning. It was like 6:30, and I opened the door, and I was like, "Oh, it's so sticky out. You
It
can
was
feel it
moist.
immediately."
It was 73 on my weather station.
and the humidity was
The humidity was 99%.
gross.
And the feels like temperature was like 90.
yeah, it was disgusting.
Yeah,
out
that's
this morning.
pretty bad.
Yeah. Not great.
That's
mean,
what happens
I-
in June, though. It almost makes you pine for the fall.
No, not really.
No.
Hit the
Oh,
music.
okay.
Yep.
Even you, Josh. Josh, you're not pining for the fall.
Josh loves baseball.
I like my seasons.
Yeah, see, seasons are good.
Football season, Happer doesn't take days off though.
That is true.
It's
Well,
funny
no.
for a sport that only gets played once a week, it never ends.
You're exactly right. Thank you to the NFL for
Because-
delivering us a
because-
once a day topic.
Because those of you with CTE who work
No
for big
CTE.
football have convinced us all that we have to talk about
Best
it.
part is they don't even pay me
24/7.
for this, John. I do it for free. That's how much I
Oh.
love football.
Oh, is that
Oh, so
what
you're not
you
even
legally
you're not
have
even
to
a
say?
you're not even a good prostitute.
You
No.
will do Big Red Overreaction for
He's
free.
giving it
is
away
what I'm
for
hearing.
free.
Okay.
Ah, that's what I heard.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's settle down, boys. I didn't say that at
Isn't
all.
it funny that the guy over here, football, go to football all the time, has an opportunity after every game to talk about
Talk
football,
football.
and he's always trying to get out of it.
Always trying to get out. No, I just send my schedule in. and
Oh,
says
my
which days I-
schedule.
I'll be traveling, John. I'm
I'll
sorry.
be traveling.
Amazing. You're allowed to travel for sports, but I can't travel
You
for
would
sports.
rather look at football happen instead of talk about it happening.
Don't worry. I got the whole week to talk about it.
Football.
John's the one who wants to do that show. He's like, he loves the phone. He loves the phone.
No, I just like
the
talk.
phone.
I just like talking to people. I'm not as scared of them.
I like talking to people.
No, you don't. You just admitted it. You're scared of children.
I'm not scared of them. I just don't want to talk to them.
Why are
Well,
you
you
sitting
know
in
what?
the cuck chair for football?
This is what we need to do. This is what we need to
Well
do.
done, Josh.
We need to have all children call in today and have Josh talk to them.
Oh my gosh.
So if you have kids that want to ask anything about anything,
Sure.
call 402-951-1620. It's the Prairie Flower Casino Zone hotline. Kids, you're not allowed to gamble at the Prairie Flower Zone Casino, but your parents could.
Yeah. And your parents can win a gift card.
Call in and talk to Josh.
Sure. Why not?
Let's see how Josh
bit.
talks to children.
I'll say hello, kid. How are you?
How are you?
I'm not a freak, John.
Can you text me instead?
Okay, see, now you're making it very
You
uncomfortable.
can ask them if they fish.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure. Why not?
You can ask them what kind of fish they like.
Now, okay, here's a good point. Keena says kids love talking on the phone. Yeah, this is going to be hard. Kids don't want to talk on the phone. They don't do that. They don't even know that you
Yeah.
can call. You can call. You can say words into this. They just watch videos on their
Yeah.
phones.
Well,
I can attest.
this is
to
an opportunity for us to change the
Hey,
culture.
speaking of kids, I met but I talked to Josh's kid during the College World Series.
Yeah, he was
He kept punching me.
very aggressive.
Dude, he showed up to the OBV and just starting to wail on us.
That's because kids are like dogs. They
sense, yeah.
have a sense of people or things that are harmful to them, and that's why
Not harmful.
you who don't like children, he's like, oh, I'm gonna beat the
I
crap out
love
of this
kids.
grown up.
Kids are so cool.
Normally, there's that little like 20-minute period where it's like, okay, they're still
Yeah, he didn't
getting
have
a
any
feel-
of
Yeah,
that.
no, right out the window.
20
Mhm.
seconds.
Mm-hmm.
20 seconds, and I'm gonna beat on Josh.
So was he was just punching you and talking about dinosaurs?
No, well, he was actually hitting Matt more than me, but he was like kicking my chair
Yeah.
while we were talking because Josh wasn't right there at the moment, and so he was away. So he's just going to town on the chair. Kid, I'm trying to give takes. Leave my chair alone.
I was mortified.
You know what? This is very perceptive
Why?
because he's trying to get you to stop talking about football.
We were talking about baseball, John. Interesting.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Seems like he doesn't want us to talk about baseball. He says
When
this
you were
sport's
doing all
boring.
those air checks, Nick, did you find any air checks of Josh talking about baseball?
Well, no, because I was only doing ours.
We talked about baseball a good amount
By a good amount, is that
for
like
us.
like the 5 seconds of I think LSU's going to win today? See you
No, we
tomorrow."
actually talked about it. We talked about the no hitter for like the whole show.
Generally, there was a
One-
recap of what happened yesterday with some good, like you could tell they watched the games.
Yep, there we go.
Yep.
And I did. I did watch the games.
And
I went home and I turned on the College World Series.
as I told many
I
people,
read
that
sometimes when it was on.
it's better
Did?
to not fake your knowledge of it. So,
Yeah.
so you
Yeah, what do you mean I did? Of course I did.
Yeah.
I have to
Of
talk
course
about
you-
it the
of
next
course
day.
you did.
I talk about it the next day, don't I?
Were you keeping one eye on the game and your other eye on the children outside?
No, on
Don't
the-
walk on my grass.
On the book. On the book, John.
Don't walk on my grass.
For the record, kids are allowed to walk in my yard. That's not why I don't talk to kids. In this society, fine, I'll just say it. In this society, you talk to a kid, I don't want some parent freaking out. That's why I don't say any words to kids.
Well, that's
What if somebody lost their mind and came out with a gun?
where do you think you live in the old West?
You trust people in this society? I sure as
yes,
hell
I
do.
do.
I don't.
Josh
We
tried
have good
to talk to your
neighbors.
kid.
You need to
Would
get
you
out
come
and
out
learn-
with a
You
gun?
need to get to know your neighbors.
It's not a gun, but I
I'm not
would
trying to-
wonder why he was talking to my kid.
Exactly. I'm not trying to go talk to some random kid and then their parents lose their minds because they're psychos because they don't log off the internet. John, it's not your era anymore.
You're so.
I'm so what?
You have such a negative outlook on things.
I have a great outlook on things.
I don't think so. No, you don't. He's like, I can't trust nobody. My neighbors suck.
Well, I don't know that they suck. I just
If I
don't-
say hello to their kid, they're going to come out and shoot me with an AK.
okay. See, now you're taking it to next levels.
Well,
I'm just
yeah,
not
I mean, you're
trying
the
to-
one that said they're going to bring out a gun.
You never know these days.
Oh, stop.
What?
You don't live in the Wild West.
Who's-
People aren't going to do this.
Okay. Yeah, because I'm not going to talk to their kids.
Put it on the list. Josh will not be shot by one of his neighbors.
All right, now I
because he was
kind of
talking
want to
his-
be just so John
Challenge accepted.
is proven really wrong.
The problem is you won't know about it. It'll be
yeah,
gone.
yeah, but then you'd have
Unless
to
he gets like
apologize.
shot in the arm or something.
Sir, I need a through and through
Yeah, I
just to
guess.
prove a point.
Yeah. You know what? Maybe I'll go introduce myself to one of these neighbors of mine. Hey, can you do something for
I
me?
thought you moved into a nice neighborhood.
I live in the same neighborhood I always have. You never know, John.
Well, no, you just moved to a different neighborhood.
I mean, it's basically the same neighborhood as the old neighborhood.
When does a new neighborhood become a new neighborhood?
I am not even a mile away as the crow flies to where I used to live.
But like, what is a neighborhood? Because like in our
that's a good question.
neighborhood where we are, if I go a few blocks one way or the other, it feels like a completely different place.
Yeah.
Like vibe wise.
Is it vibe based or is it like actual property lines?
Yeah, my neighborhood, it's basically the same thing. It's just there's not an apartment there
Okay.
anymore.
See, and what's really weird too is like we live in one area, and then there's like a sign of like, oh, you drive into the neighborhood, there's a sign with the name of the neighborhood. But then a couple blocks down, there's another sign.
Yeah.
But it's like it never breaks up.
Yeah, I don't know. I because you're right. It's I don't know. I just kind of consider. I kind of use the main streets as my borderline.
Yeah.
You know, like we got
Yeah.
Pine Lake on one side and Yankee Hill on the other, and I just kind of use that.
Well, and maybe we do live in a different neighborhood. We crossed over a pretty big street. But again, we're just a mile away, which made it
A
move.
mile away from those bad neighbors that want to shoot.
Hey, you know
Josh.
what, John? Those kids in the old neighborhood sucked. They would come and ding dong ditch the apartment
Oh.
complex.
Oh, would they put flaming bags of dog poop in front of your door too?
No,
Did
just
they-
ding dong
Did they
ditch.
burn
your
dog
boat,
poop in your
Earl.
front?
I was getting triggered at these kids. They're freaking banks out. He's barking. He's had a tough puppy life.
Do you go to the same grocery store?
Yep.
Okay.
Are
Same
you
grocery
allowed
stores.
to throw water balloons at kids if they're messing with? Like, there was a kid who was making faces at one of our dogs the other day, and I'm like, can I just throw a water balloon at this kid and get him away?
Yeah,
I'll
punk
tell you,
teenagers.
If we had
He was like
water
a 12-year-old.
balloons at
Screw
the
those kids.
village, I would have used them on those kids with the squirt guns.
Did they squirt anybody? I
I
saw them holding them. I was like, what's about to happen here?
that was Sunday, right?
Yeah.
Saturday they were there and they were squirt.
At Gary and Matt?
Yeah. And it was about to the point where I was like, oh my gosh, I can't believe I'm going to have to step in and tell these children to stop squirting us.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
but they didn't on Sunday.
the water couldn't even get to Gary because it would evaporate before it even touched his
Yeah, because
skin.
it looked like the sun.
He looked like Oppenheimer staring through that window.
Dude, he did.
He looks
that's
like-
a good meme idea.
Who's the blue guy from Watchmen? He kind of looked like him.
Mr. Manhattan.
Yeah.
Mhm.
By the way, Stibbs thinks these kids in your neighborhood sound cool AF.
Stibbs, you're a moron. They did not look cool. Damn it! I wish I would have.
I didn't know you got
Ding Dong Ditch.
yeah.
Oh,
Triple
yeah,
D?
man. Yeah. And again, Banks just doesn't play with that kind of stuff. He's freaking out a little bit.
You had a first floor apartment, didn't you?
Second floor.
Why
They
did
can't- wow, these kids had some
No. But
gumption
we
to
had,
come up on the second
well,
floor.
no. It's because we lived in a villa, so we had our own private entrance. So they would ring the bell. That's down the stairs, and it walks right outside. Yeah.
I think you should be allowed as an adult to throw a water balloon at a kid who's being annoying.
Well, okay. I don't have water balloons though.
Just on the ready.
Yeah.
Just have water
Do
balloons.
you have
ready to
water
go.
balloons always ready, Nick?
I might start.
This is a good idea.
Mm.
Have some water balloons next to your bucket, your rocking chair, your reading chair. You can just
Rocking chair.
Yeah, because like, what's a
when the
kid gonna
kids-
do? Yell at it? Oh, the guy threw a water balloon at me. Well,
Damn
why?
kids, I'm half paying attention to this baseball game.
Who is the one who came up with the Oppenheimer idea, by the way? Because I
That was
just
you.
I just found the photos, and you are not kidding. It looks. Did you see what Gary looked like on Saturday, John?
Yeah, how did this happen? Oh, is this just a bad camera?
Yeah.
That's in our Thursday meeting.
It is.
New
is.
camera for next year. This one is.
You didn't have that problem, though.
I think it was a combination of the camera and the way the sun was,
And the time of day.
Yeah.
Oh, but it was at a different time of day then?
Well, I mean, technically, yes. I guess they were on at 3, and we were never on at 3.
Mm.
We were always on at like 5.
Mm.
Yeah, part of it's just Gary.
Part of it's just Gary.
Like, he's just white.
Yeah.
What?
Gary's not white. Gary's clear.
Translucent.
Mhm.
All right. Well,
Wow.
we got a lot done today.
We covered
did.
some ground.
We
there.
did cover
We
some
did.
ground.
I thought this was going to be another low energy Josh is tired crossover.
I was more tired on Friday than I was today.
That's good.
Yeah.
Hmm.
That would be now that's going to be the real challenge. Tomorrow will be the real challenge.
Oh, Happer.
Wait, is he gone again?
I don't know.
Oh,
He seems like a guy that will feel bad about missing today. And
Depends if he talks to any of the kids in his
Yeah.
neighborhood and one of their parents shoots him.
did he take him?
you never
fishing?
know, John.
maybe he can
Shot.
maybe he can do it from home. He has a good mic.
He does.
He does have a very good mic.
It'd be better than nothing.
Yeah. Yeah, it would.
You guys could at least swap out segments.
Yeah. I'm gonna go walk around the studio. You do a segment.
Now you do it.
That's a great idea. I need a break.
All right.
Well, congrats on surviving.
Yeah, went fine.
Good.
Proud of you.
You know what? There's plenty of leftover ice cream. Go help yourself.
Yeah, there's also
Oh, that's
popcorn.
Wait, what? Ice cream?
Oh yeah, it's in the fridge.
Don't worry
yeah,
about it.
from the ice cream.
I
fridge.
saw you eating it.
Yeah.
Oh, that's what that's.
That's
oh,
where I
yeah.
got it from. Where'd you think I got the ice cream yesterday?
I didn't know you
Home.
got ice cream.
You didn't see me finishing it when we were on.
No,
the ice cream truck came by.
I
and
was
it
focused
ding,
on
ding,
doing a
ding.
radio show, Nick.
Oh,
Sorry. I'm gonna go have some ice cream.
Yeah,
Yeah.
there's leftover.
I'm gonna go get ice cream.
Awesome.
There's also popcorn out there because the guy who makes the popcorn now decided that he just wanted popcorn.
By the way, Stib says, imagine what John would look like on that camera. Yeah, maybe we don't fix the camera before next year just in case John gets to do a show from the
Why would I do a
He
show
doesn't
from
do
there?
that.
Because what if you just got Wally pipped?
Nah.
Wow, coming back for Happer, huh?
Well, he's sick all the time,
I guess that's true.
He's not dependable.
and his neighbors might shoot him
That's right.
You never know.
because he said hello to the kid.
You never know.
Hi, kid.
You never know.
I gotta take this gun to my local pond and get some fish.
All right. Well, that is your crossover. Powered by Everlevel Concrete and Repair in Omaha. EverlevelConcrete.com.
Ever level.
Bye, Josh.
Bye,
Josh, have
friends.
yourself a great day.
You as well. Let's go get some ice cream.
Go
Yes.
get some ice cream, and I'll man the fort. And the commercials will play, and then we'll be back and start a GRUM on 1620 The Zone.
Some showers and thunderstorms around the area on this Tuesday afternoon. Once we get into the evening hours, we could have some spotty showers or storms, but the chance goes down, and high temperatures should be around the lower 80s. Overnight tonight, another round of storms will come into play. You might get woken up by a few rumbles of thunder as temperatures drop into the lower 70s. I'm meteorologist Luke Vickery, KETV Newswatch 7.
News Talk 1290 Coil is your radio home for the 8-time league champion Omaha Storm Chasers, a proud AAA affiliate of the Kansas City Royals since 1969. Tune in for every pitch of the 2025 Storm Chasers season at Warner Park and across.
Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker athletics, Creighton and yes, UNO. Don't miss a moment, they'll give you your fix. They're on every day from 2 until 6. Spend your afternoons with John, Josh, and Nick. Nick. They'll show you what's kids.
Tuesday Grum, a normal Tuesday Grum.
For now.
Why wouldn't something going to happen?
I'm gone next week.
Is one of your neighbors going to come by and shoot
You
at us?
never know, John. What if it did?
Sportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO.
Do your neighbors even know where you work?
The neighbor directly next to us does. I've talked to him, and
Do they have kids?
Yep.
Does he look like the kind of guy that would
I
just
say hi to his
randomly
kids.
pop out and shoot you because
No,
you said hello to
I'd say hi to his kids, but it's
Well, there
because
you
his
go.
kids are with
You're
him.
Safe. You're safe.
Kids are with him, though. But if you see
You're
a kid
safe.
with a fishing pole jump,
You think they're
so teenagers are
Think-
punks.
think-
I'm not trying to talk to no punk ass teenager.
That's true.
Are these teenagers going fishing?
I
Or
say,
do you,
well,
like-
I don't ask them their. See, again, I don't have conversations with kids. I'm
Well,
running
you
by them.
kinda- You kind of know how old they are.
They look
by
like
looking at them.
teenagers to
Okay.
me.
All right.
Either that or 12, which is basically a teenager, right? I think so.
They're-
12 is almost a teenager. People forget.
I mean,
College basketball.
technically no, but yeah, I guess.
What the hell? Oh, all right. Never mind. We were going to watch some random Big Ten basketball game, but I guess
thank-
not.
why?
thank
Let's
God.
go to the NFL Network.
Thank God did.
Is there any baseball on
Oh.
right now?
In Los Angeles. John, is this your team? Nope, that's not Los Angeles. That's Detroit.
Yep, that's Detroit.
Interesting.
He used to play in Los Angeles.
It says player's choice, Cooper Cup.
Well, yeah.
All right, well, got football on.
You
Oh,
feel
it's
be-
going to start in 20 seconds.
you-
That's why
you
I
feel-
see.
You feel better now?
Yeah. I feel awesome.
Well, until one of your neighbors comes.
Yes, John, if I got shot, I wouldn't feel good. Would you feel good if you got shot?
Well, of course not.
It's
But,
basically like you're
but my
like-
neighbors wouldn't do that to me because they're good neighbors.
That's what everybody always
They're
says,
good
though. Like,
people.
oh man, I was stunned. That person seemed like they're such a nice guy, and then it's like, but then Jeffrey, they opened his freezer that one time.
Do you just live like a hermit? You just like close yourself inside and
No,
barricade yourself in?
I go outside more than you do.
peer
I'm
out.
outside every
apparently,
day.
Well, apparently not. You sounds like you're
Just 'cause I
scared
don't
of
trust
everything.
society doesn't mean I don't participate in it. Go outside all the time.
I'm living with a conspiracist here.
What? Okay, I'm not being conspiracy theoried. I'm just saying I don't talk to children.
Well, yeah. Now you're accusing your neighbors of being violent and wanting to kill you.
They could. You
That's
never
the
know.
why you don't talk to children, though. You don't.
How do
talk
we
to
know
them
that the
because you're worried about
neighbors aren't
getting
trying to
shot.
get you because they know you're trying to get them? Hashtag murder cult.
Well, those are good.
Maybe
Those
they,
are good points.
Maybe they finally figured out your ruse.
Hmm. CJ says Josh thinks it's creepy to talk to his neighbor's kids, but any nice neighbors would think he's the creepy one, not wanting to talk to them.
Hmm.
Do people really just? So you're walking and you see a child, you just say hello and you start striking up conversation with the child?
Not usually. You usually just say hello. If they
Yes, I do
especially if-
that. I say
Yeah.
hi. I don't talk to them though.
Well,
You guys are making it seem like you like pull up next to a 12-year-old and you're
No,
like,
we never
hey,
said
tell
that.
me about math class.
Never said that.
What's going on in math class these days?
Never said that.
You said that's what talking to them is.
No, you just
saying hello is not talking to somebody.
like, hey, nice bike. Or
Then what is it?
That's just acknowledging their existence. I say hello to everybody.
If you
I talk to
verbally
everybody.
communicate something, whether it's one
That's
word or 100,
hello?
it is still
That's talking.
It is still yes,
Okay.
Josh.
All right. Well,
that is talking.
well, then,
Say-
John, you don't have to freak out anymore because I talk to everybody that I ever see.
So if you see a kid wearing like a Kobe jersey, you wouldn't say, "Hey, nice jersey, kid."
Yeah, I'd say that.
Okay, well there you go.
Okay, I didn't realize I was talking to people.
If I see a kid with a dinosaur shirt, I'm gonna be like, "Cool
What
shirt."
else would it be?
Just again, if I walk by a coworker and I say hey, and they say hey, I didn't talk to them. I just said hello.
You did talk with them.
That's not talking to them, though. There's a difference. Is there not?
No, there's
Am
not.
I
a
the
difference.
crazy person here? Apparently.
Yes, you are.
Me, hello. You, hello. Oh, wow. We just talked.
You did.
Then I talked to a lot of
verbalized
girls
something.
back in high school.
No,
Look
yes,
at me.
you did.
Look at me.
Yes, you did.
Now you didn't have a conversation.
That's
'cause
what-
talking and conversations.
That's
are
what
different things.
talking to somebody to me
no.
means.
Talking to somebody. Is,
George Josh talks to children. Creeper.
He's a creeper now.
What's
Say, well,
wrong
I
with
can't
you?
win.
Now they're gonna shoot him.
I can't win.
Ah.
I can't win.
The Grum Down is powered by the referees at John Higgins Weather Guard.
Mm.
The commits are starting to roll in.
Wow.
These are children that have been talked to by adults, and they've said more than just hello.
Dude, I'm happy I don't
They've
have
said,
to recruit.
"Hey, would you like to play for me?" And they said,
Ugh,
"Yes."
that sounds
And
creepy.
that's talking to
Do
somebody.
you want to play for me? Sounds creepy.
You know what we should do?
You know what I
We
don't say
should
to
We
kids?
have a bull in our weight room.
we should to further advance the notion of talking to people. From now on, instead of saying someone committed, someone talked to somebody.
Mm,
So congratulations, Nebraska got 2 talks today.
mm.
Josh, when you were like a teenager and you had your one girlfriend that one time, if
Nice.
somebody asked if you had a girlfriend, did you say, I have a girlfriend? Or, yeah, we're talking? Or
Nobody,
did you
nobody
just-
asked me, do I have a girlfriend?
Okay, well, did you
This is
use-
a bit, let's just let John keep going back to the GRUM down.
Okay.
This is getting confusing now. It's just weird.
Nick's trying to ask a question and do a little gotcha, but it's
I'm not trying to do a gotcha.
It's a bad question.
It's not a gotcha. It's a genuine question. I just thought of it.
Is it Mike Ferrin or is it Mark Jaron?
Mm.
We'll find out in 15
Can't wait
minutes.
to talk to him.
Michael which one?
I like Mark more.
You like Mark more? Okay.
Mark was a nice guy. Plus, we got to talk about the Bears.
Michael Bruntz will be along. He can
Nice.
talk about the talks.
More talking.
The talks.
So many talking.
Steve Sipple, he's probably excited about the talks.
Yeah, he keeps. Oh God.
What?
I opened up Husker Online today, and
Yeah,
I was
what
like, can't
happened?
wait to read what Sipple wrote about.
And?
It was about wrestling, and so I didn't read the
Oh.
column.
Wow.
I did give it
Out
a
on-
click to scroll to the bottom to see if he wrote about football, and there were like 3 lines in there, but I skipped the whole rest of the column. I was like, I'm not reading about Mark Manning. I don't care. Don't care.
Wow.
Josh will not be
Everyone's
talking
always
to Mark
offended.
Manning.
Everyone's always afraid to say wrestling sucks, and I'm here to say it. I speak truth to power. Wrestling is bad.
Say that to a wrestler.
I will. I say, nice ears, boy. I don't know why I said
Whoa!
that.
The Bigelow Memorial.
Oh, what do we got today?
How many number ones will we have in 2025?
I thought about this question for far too long today.
Good.
And then I started looking at week by week schedules to figure it out.
That was one less thing you could think about instead of, gee, I wonder if I can go say hello to another kid.
You guys are just so weird.
How collusion makes an ass out of you and me.
Oh,
There's collusion going on.
yeah. NFL people are weird. Speaking of weirdos,
Super hot take market.
I got some of those.
Good. I stumbled into a Husker history lesson today that we'll have some fun with.
Okay.
Yeah.
Awesome.
It's about the painted end zone.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
Painted end zones. And how this isn't perhaps the first time they have been colored in.
Mm.
And restore the corn or get the F out, farm.
Did you do research on Cornhuskers? Is that what that's about?
I didn't do research on
Oh,
it,
okay.
but John did write into the Equitable Bank inbox. At Equitable, we take banking personally and answer the phone on the first ring. He said, because yesterday we were having the conversation.
Have they
about-
deleted Cornhuskers?
Have they gotten rid of Cornhuskers? I don't know if they've officially gotten rid of it. They probably still have a trademark on it, but they have dramatically de-emphasized it.
They've quiet quit it.
If you see, quiet quit it. That's a good way to put it. If you look at the graphics on TV,
Yeah,
it
you're
says-
saying on television
it says
they doesn't say
Purdue
Cornhuskers anymore.
Boilermakers versus Nebraska Huskers. It's not Nebraska Cornhuskers. But if you go back, maybe 20 or 30 years, it would say Nebraska Cornhuskers.
Yeah.
So it's been de-emphasized.
What does John say?
He said he went to the Huskers.com shop.
Okay.
He notice it's not Cornhuskers.com. Good point.
That's a good point.
The first 45 items, there were only 2 shirts and a hat that use Cornhuskers. The rest use
Interesting.
Huskers if there is a reference at all.
Interesting.
So it's been de-emphasized.
I'm still trying to find, and I went and looked at NBC broadcast last year. Oh, there we go. See? On Fox for the UTEP game. What does that say there, John?
Good for Fox.
Corn Huskers.
Good for Fox.
So that means it does that for the BTN broadcast too, which is
I don't know,
basically
it might be.
9 of the 12 games just right there. Trying to remember a BTN game they had last year in Northern Iowa. See, I just don't think the announcers inside of games, I would agree with you. They refer to them most of the time as the Huskers. But when you're announcing a Creighton, Nebraska game, do you say like, oh, the Cornhuskers just got a layup? Or Cornhuskers take the lead, they're up by 3. You probably say Huskers because you're just moving fast inside of a basketball game.
Right, but this is different than Blue Jays to Jays. If you notice, Blue Jays is still on the uniforms. It's still on the floor. Where do you see Cornhuskers?
On the logos for sports.
No, you don't.
I just showed you one.
That's not a logo.
Well, it was a broadcast.
Well,
On broadcast. You see it on
the
broadcast.
yeah. By the way, good on Fox.
Yeah, shout
Josh
out.
Peterson here for Fox.
But that's interesting.
Sports.
If it's on the broadcast, which are different entities than the school itself. And it seems a lot like the school itself is trying to
Yeah, again, I'm not
de-emphasize
saying
the corn.
they've deleted it, they've gotten rid of it, but they
They've
have
canceled it.
They have de-emphasized it. Well, I put up. I did a poll question.
Should we get Dan in on the show and ask him about this?
We should.
Okay.
You know what? Everyone else asked him all the serious questions.
Yeah, let's ask him
We can
what's up
ask
with
him-
Cornhuskers.
We can ask
Yeah.
him what's up with
Corn
Huskers.
Huskers and if the bull pooped in the weight room.
I will not ask him that question.
You can ask him that question.
I will.
By the way, I'm looking at home field apparel right now. And
Well, but isn't that different because they specialize in old stuff? Old school
well,
stuff.
I was going to your point, John, everything says Huskers. There's not even a
Wow,
Corn
even
Huskers
the
on.
old timey shops don't even do the Corn Huskers.
It's a lot of Huskers.
Boo!
Oh, there we go. Corn Huskers. But that's a really old logo. That's the Freakazoid logo from what, the 50s? Is that logo from the
that's
50s?
Probably.
So, what was the question?
Question.
Yeah.
If we're going to have the coach and players take pictures with cattle in combines, should we insist that the nickname be restored to Cornhuskers?
Okay.
The responses are yes, no, and stop all the farm stuff.
That's
you-
what I would have voted for.
Well, 20% of you agree with Josh.
Nice.
Get rid of all the farm stuff. 69%,
Nice.
rounding up, said yes. If we're going to take pictures with corn and cattle and combines, we need to restore the Cornhusker name.
Well, how about this? How about we bring on announcers that will be calling their games this year throughout the season, and we'll preview the game, but then at the end, we'll always remind them they're the Cornhuskers.
You have to call them the Cornhuskers.
Be
That's a
sure to
good
call
idea.
them the Cornhuskers.
That's a good idea.
Who will be on the call for the week 1 game? Probably Dave Fleming and somebody else. We can tell Dave. He calls a lot of Thursday night football games. Maybe it'd be Reese Davis. Nick, get Reese Davis on the show.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't.
We could tell him. You got to call them the Cornhuskers.
Kind of hoping, a little old school. It's going to be on ESPN. It's going to be on it late in the night.
Yeah.
Get some Beth Mowins action again.
Sure, John. That sounds great.
Because she'll find a way to drag it out like yards. It'll
Like
be
corn.
Husker.
Jed says, I'm outside for hours upon hours every day, and I do everything in my power not to talk to anyone because people are dumb and I hate people. It doesn't matter their age.
Well, but
See?
that's Jed.
That's not surprising.
That's Jed.
Yeah.
Jed's been jaded by life.
Yeah.
He's probably had some bad experiences just by the nature of his job.
That's true.
Mm.
Because a lot of
People yell at me sometimes on the radio.
well, that's because you have bad takes.
No.
It's
Why do they
it's-
yell at Jed? Because he has bad takes sometimes.
Well, no, the
But he
take.
delivers
Titans
mail.
fan.
The
People
takes-
should love him. He gives them mail.
Well, the takes come in the form of all the bills that are past due
If-
that he has to deliver, and it's not his fault.
If Jed was my mailman and he threw away all the junk mail, then I would shake his hand and thank him
so
for
you're
his
asking
service.
Jed to do more work for you.
I
You're
would-
also
the work
asking
you
him
can't
to
do
commit
for
a federal
yourself.
crime.
That's
No, I'm giving him
true.
permission. I'm giving him permission
You're giving
to
him
throw
permission
away
to commit
my
a federal crime.
No. It's like, you ask somebody to do something for you that might, border
Can you give
on
Jed
illegal.
the constitutional authority to throw away your junk mail?
If I could sign a piece of paper that allowed for my mail people to throw away my stuff, I would say, please, God, get rid of it. I went to the mailbox today and opened up. It was just garbage, and I threw it all away.
Well,
How much lower could credit cards have the APR if they didn't send junk mail
I don't
every
know.
2 seconds? How
Good
much
question.
money does credit card companies spend on junk
A
mail?
lot.
Way too much.
A lot.
I'm just trying to save trees and my wallet.
Well, but are you? Because how do you know that the person throwing your garbage proxy?
throw it in the recycle, please.
Well, but what if they're not?
well then
See,
that's
you
bad.
will throw it in the recycling,
I used to throw it in the trash at the apartment. We didn't have recycle.
but you have recycling now.
I do,
and so
I use it every day.
So wouldn't you be doing a better service if you just continue to do it
God,
yourself?
but
Because you're
it's so
guaranteed.
annoying.
Yeah, but think about it.
Look at the mail. It's crap.
Well, you know what you ought to do? Put your recycling bin right next to your mailbox. Then it's just an easy.
Not a bad idea. But we have one of those it's a neighborhood. It's a communal mailbox.
hate
Oh.
neighborhood mailboxes. They are so annoying.
Yeah, me too.
I don't want to have to walk half a block just to get some letters.
Yep, I agree with Nick. You probably have your own mailbox, don't you, Mr.
And then,
Girl
like,
Jack?
Yep.
You get a package, and then like
But
you
then the
open your
people down the
mailbox, and you have
street
a
don't.
key,
Yep.
and then it's like you got to put the key in the other slot to get your package.
That's how
I'm
it
not really
works.
sure how it all worked out, because literally right down the street there's the communal mailbox, but we have our own.
You must live on the right side
When
of the
did-
street.
When
Yes.
did that start to happen? When did people just stop getting their own mailboxes?
My parents, when
I
they
don't
moved
know.
into their neighborhood in 2009, They don't have one of the things like what Nick and I have, but their mailboxes are, it's like mailbox, all connected to the same post in somebody else's yard.
Yeah.
And so they have to, but
Yeah,
whereas
that's a
Nick and
community.
I have one where it looks like my old apartment complex
Yeah,
mailbox. Yeah. Which
Yeah.
I don't like. But yeah, I wish I had my own mailbox.
My parents still have a
I
mailbox
put a
where
fun little design on it.
their mailbox is at the front door. It's not
Whoa,
one of
that's
those.
my grandparents in
It's
Fremont
not.
have
It's
that
not
too.
one of those that's on the drive or on the curbside.
Yeah.
My dad had a really cool mailbox when I was growing up. It was customized. It had John Deere tractors on it. Had his name on
I
it.
thought you were going to say it had like a number 3 on the side of it.
That'd be cool.
That wouldn't surprise me. He did love Dale Senior.
He brought up a piece of brick and just smashed it into it.
Too soon.
Oh, sorry.
What's wrong with you?
I just thought you were being...
I really hope your neighbors are.
What, shoot me?
are
But then
armed.
you'll be wrong. Long-term list, you'll be wrong.
I will, but you'll never
Get
know.
the eggs!
You'll never know.
If I get killed, somebody has to egg John. Put that in my will. Egg John.
I think you have to put that in your will.
Damn it. All right, I'll see what I can do.
402-951-1620 if you want to if you want to call, have your kids call Josh. Ask your parents' permission, kids, before you call.
Yeah.
This is a callback like 30 years ago when they used to have you could call the Smurfs. 1-900-SMURFs.
Well-
Ask your parents' permission before you call. 50 cents a minute.
Our version of that was the internet.
Yeah,
like on
ask if you're allowed
go
to get
to
online.
disneychannel.com and ask for your parents' permission.
Yeah.
Wow, nice commercial voice there, Nick.
Thank you.
Hmm.
I watched a lot of TV growing up.
Yeah, same.
I think we all did.
Mhm.
I think we all did.
Kids just watch TikTok now.
I wasn't fishing.
Equitable Bank inbox. Take banking
Wow.
personally. Answer the phone on the first ring. John at 1620thezone.com. Josh at 1620thezone.com. Nick at 1620thezone.com. In addition to the poll question, put up, was it 2 more today? I think that was very polly today.
Jeez,
Wow.
pole-pilled.
Oh boy.
One about the topic we're going to talk about in the
Topic alert.
Bigelow Memorial, about how many different teams will be first this year.
Oh, awesome.
Ranked to number 1.
Awesome. Great
And,
topic.
and one based off of Michael's comment yesterday that
Which
he thinks
one?
the Michigan game is more winnable than USC.
Yeah, that's quite the take.
So you can respond to that as well. That is on the JTech Construction Zone Twitter page. Kids, ask your parents' permission before you vote.
Go vote, but ask permission. That's a good call.
At USC 1620.
Mm-hmm.
And coming up, it's Mike Ferrin, or is it
Mark Jaron. Nice.
1620 The Zone.
circus is on the air.
Mike Ferrin, Sirius XM MLB Network Radio.
Ladies and gentlemen, now singing the Mike Ferrin Open, it's Mike Stibbs.
Just make sure it sounds sexy, Stibbs.
Lord Almighty, how can you stand Arizona? Your fair skin must be burning down into your absent soul. Mike, 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 we can barely hear you. It sounds to me like you called us from inside a hole. But your phone calls lift me higher, like the ERA of Mark Pryor. Your hair looks like it's on fire. You're Mike Ferrin. You're just a hunk of burning love. You're just a hunk of burning love.
Singer of that song is a very happy guy these days.
Yeah, the Mariners keep winning and hitting home runs.
Well, one guy in particular keeps hitting a lot of home runs.
A lot of home runs.
Mark Jaron, ladies and gentlemen.
What up?
Fresh from the crawfish boil.
I see you've been working on your accent, Mark.
Boy.
It's getting a little better. And by a little, I mean not a lot.
Take the paddle boat down to New Orleans and enjoy some jazz music.
Oh, my. Oh, well, I see it. You're back in cool, crisp Arizona. I'll have you know,
Only like 100 degrees today. It feels cool and crisp compared to Omaha and Northwest Iowa last weekend.
Meanwhile, Mike, today in Omaha, it's like in the mid 70s, but the humidity is almost 100.
Yeah.
So we're having
to
a
get
great
fired,
time.
so I won't signal with you which of these that I would like to right now, because after you guys put me through that last week, oh boy, was it hot.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's what we do. Well, while we're on the subject of last week,
baseball
thoughts on how things ended. I was a little surprised. I thought Coastal was going to get them, but LSU, and of course, when you got great pitching, and you said it, momentum's as good as your next day starter, and Kate Anderson was on point.
Dynamite. And listen, there were 7 base runners total, I think, for Coastal in that game. So they didn't have a ton of opportunities, but they had a few, and it was a 1-0 game. So, and then Jacob Morrison hit kind of a bad inning on Sunday. So, that's going to happen. That's probably the first time all year it happened to him, but congrats to LSU. 2 national championships in the last 3 years. Jay Johnson's a hell of a coach. They've built a great program there. And this was, it was well-deserved, right? They earned that championship. They had 1 loss the entire postseason, and they beat a really good team in order to do it. So I'm happy for LSU. I'm happy for their fans. I know there's a lot of them that make people very, very happy in Omaha, because they like to come and bring their money to spend at businesses. So
yes, they do.
It's always fun to see LSU have that. And apparently, I just got a text from the friends we were seeing this weekend in Sioux City, and apparently she's on her way out of town for work, flying out of Omaha, and she is on the flight with all of the people from LSU. She said it's just like loaded with people filled with national championship gear, the trophy, and all of that. So they're connecting through Denver. So I thought that was kind of funny.
Mike, what was your reaction to what happened in the first inning of game 2, arguing balls and strikes? Like, we didn't spend a ton of time ultimately on it yesterday, but I know that a lot of people were pretty frustrated by it. What was your reaction watching it from afar?
Yeah, I thought it was an absolutely stupid move by the umpire. Like, Angel Campos had a really good college World Series. I thought he'd done a nice job to that point. And, he has a quick trigger, and there's no business to do that. Listen, do you get ejected for arguing balls and strikes? Yeah, absolutely. Do I think that Coach Schnall was totally in the right? No, but come on, just have a little bit of feel for what's going on. And yeah, I thought it was horribly embarrassing. I thought it was, Mike Rooney said it best. It's a black mark on the sport. It was terrible. What are you doing? First inning of a championship game, you're running a coach and the first base coach. There's no place for that. So I just I thought it was ridiculous. I thought it was ludicrous. I don't think he was trying to make it about himself, but he definitely had an ump show in the end. And I just think, Bruntz made this great point that like part of the umpire's job is to diffuse situations like that. There is nothing that he did to try and diffuse that situation. And like, that's something, I mean, I don't know. Maybe we can get them training on how to diffuse situations, because there were more than a couple this year that umpires escalated. And that's the last thing they should do. It's amazing to me that the grownups continue to have far more issue with the kids playing with intensity than the kids do.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. And I've long said this about officiating. I think they should be forced to answer questions. They should be, if the situation calls for it. If it's a game or there's not a lot going on, there's no need for a press conference, fine. But for a situation like this, we should be able to hear, just like we were able to hear from Coach Small, we should be able to hear from the umpires as well, so we can ask questions and get to the bottom of things.
At least a pool reporter, right? Like that's what they do in professional baseball.
Not even in pool. It should be in front of the whole media, just like everybody else.
I agree, but I mean, at the very least, it should be a pool reporter. And we had that last night in MLB, right? Alex Cora got ejected. Alan Porter, the crew chief, met with a pool reporter and answered the questions. Like, if you want to protect him to that level, that's fine. But come on, like it's everybody else is under scrutiny for their decision making publicly. Everybody should have to answer to it. So yeah, I just thought it was stupid.
Mike, I know that I've asked you a couple of times the last 2 months about rev share, NIL, what's going to happen moving forward. I am curious now that this season is over and we're about to enter in this new era. How does the change in college athletics show itself in baseball? Is it, we've had two completely different College World Series in terms of conference numbers that have made it, number of teams, et cetera, over the last 2 years. Like, you think it's just going to kind of be like this, where people want to have big takeaways and it's silly to have big takeaways on a yearly basis?
I mean, I think it is silly to have big takeaways on a yearly basis in all sports. I think it's especially true in baseball, which is, it lends itself to more randomness than the other professional sports do. I mean, we've talked about this before, right? That in order in the NBA, 80% of the favorites win the playoff series. For that to happen in baseball, you'd have to have every round be a best of 75 in the pros. So like, it's going to lend itself to more randomness. I think, like in terms of rev sharing and NIL and, all of that, I mean, I think we're still trying to unpack it. I heard some numbers on some of the teams that were in Omaha. So like Coastal said that they're going to have 34 scholarships, right? I believe Arizona is going to have about half that, but they'll get a small portion of revenue sharing. It's not a whole lot, but it's going to be some. I think that there's going to be other schools that follow more the 34 scholarship mold. And we know ASU is going to do that. I think there are others that are going to be closer to like say 15 or maybe lower in the Big 12. And I think there's going to be variety within conferences. So it's not easy to try and get to pin down what it's going to mean yet, because we just don't know what it's going to mean yet. We just don't have an idea yet, because I don't think we have a full understanding of how many scholarships are going to be available at each school, how many of them are going to go to the full 34, how many are going to half that. I think most are going to increase from the 11.7, and I think some will gradually work their way up to a bigger number. But listen, there were nearly 3 million fans that watched the final game, right, on ABC.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. And it's a good number for college baseball. We're seeing more and more games televised, both on linear and digital. That increases potentially the revenue. So it once this sport becomes a revenue generator on its own, the rules will change, if it does. And I think it certainly is in the SEC. I think there are some places in the Big 12. I think there are some places in the ACC where it does. I think there are probably a couple of spots in the Big 10 where that has the potential to very soon, if it doesn't already. I would be surprised if Nebraska didn't generate revenue, just based on the fact that they draw extremely well. But listen, like it's still pretty there's still a pretty big variety, and we don't have there's a huge difference between what's being played at, say, like an America East school and what's being played in the Southeastern Conference.
As we talked about at the beginning, Stibbs is very happy because the Mariners are on a run, and Cal Raleigh has hit homers in 4 straight games. Now, last night, he said in his post-game interview something that was widely quoted. He said something to the effect of 31 home runs hits different when you're doing it at T-Mobile. It's not the Bronx. I'm impacting the game on both sides. And yeah, I think that deserves MVP talk. Of course, not so subtle shade towards Aaron Judge, but this run by Cal Raleigh, I mean, he's got a chance to have 40 home runs before the All-Star break, which is ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean, I think it would take a lot for him to get to 40 at this point. I mean, we're still, we have.
But he'll be in the
less than a month
neighborhood,
to go.
yeah.
He'll be 35 or so, which is pretty remarkable for a catcher. And if he ends up over, I think what the record for a catcher is, 44, right? Something like that, 43 or 44 that Sal Perez has. Like that's he should likely go past that. It's an unbelievable season, and he's he won the Platinum Glove Award last year for his defense behind the plate. He's all but matched his home run total from a season ago. He's on an incredible heater, and he absolutely deserves to be discussed in the MVP if the season were to end today. But the thing is, it's still too early to tell because we are only halfway through the season. And just as and you will appreciate this, John, I was asked on an interview in Chicago this week whether or not Craig Counsell deserved the National League Manager of the Year award. My response was, one, I don't care. It's the Manager of the Year award. Yes. And two, we still have more than half the season to go. So why are we trying to assign this guy's in the MVP race? It's going to change 7 times between now and September 1st.
Yeah, no, I agree.
You talk foolish. Like that is some of the laziest content. That's the kind of stuff that I expect from lousy sports talk shows. Like that's not one of your topics today, is it?
That was actually our next segment.
I was looking at Josh's questions. Yes, indeed it was.
Well, let me ask you this then, Mike, and we'll see how lazy you think this question is. So our long national nightmare is over. Shohei Ohtani is back to pitching balls into a strike zone where there's a catcher who awaits it. Sorry, John, you're triggered. So last week, Ferrin, John said that Shohei won't pitch 500 more innings in his career. I said he will. A, lazy question or not? And B, where will you come in this discussion?
No, I don't think it's a lazy question. Where do 500
What's my question?
Yeah, technically this is John's question. I stole it for today.
So 80, let's say he gets to 80 this year, maybe it's less than that. Maybe it's more like 70. Then it'd have to be like another 100. Yeah, I think that's a good number. I might take the under on it. I just think at some point the bat becomes too valuable.
Yeah.
Well,
and not to mention as he ages, like he's had so many injuries,
right.
that you worry
How old
about
is he now? Isn't he 20? 30? Is he 30 now? Oh, he's an old man. But I could see a role for him where he could be
31
he could be an opener, or maybe he could be a closer. You think?
Yeah, I think it's tough to do that with being in the lineup every day in a major league game. And I know we do it in college, but it's a little different. These guys are a little bit older. I don't know. I think I think that I hope that he pitches for a while.
Me too.
I think that would be really cool to see it continue. But I think at some point, there's probably going to have to be a decision that's made because, the stuff's going to back up at some point. And he's also going to get older, right? Like it's going to be harder to manage that the older he gets, I think. So, maybe he's got another 2 or 3 good years of doing it. I mean, listen, they're playing it real slow with him on how he's building up. Like he may not even be able to make like a 5-inning start before the All-Star break, which is probably 4 starts from now. So, I'm curious to see if he's, how he pitches. I'm curious to see, if he is a good enough option to start a postseason game. Certainly they're thin on the mound right now, but we'll wait and see. But I do think 500 feels like a number that's not going to be easy to achieve. Does he have 500 innings pitched in his big league career now? I don't even know. Actually, I'm on his page here, so let me see if I can pull up his pitching on Fangraphs. He has thrown.
Guess. I'm going to guess 397.
I'll say 423.
Higher than both. 483 and 2/3.
Okay.
So that's over 8 years now.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, he missed all of 2019, I guess, pitching wise, and 2024. But so,
since 18. That's crazy.
Yeah. So
I mean, it's a post-COVID guy.
Wow, so glad you are.
It's because he got hurt in 18.
Yeah.
So he got hurt.
He was also playing with the Angels, which tend not to get attracted. They don't care. They don't bother to do their radio games on the road anymore.
Yes.
Oh my gosh,
bad thing.
Absolutely.
Speaking of bad, the Mets.
Oh,
the Mets have gone from 5.5 up to a 1.5 games out.
Oh,
9 out of 10 they've lost. Saw this stat today. Their 5 through 9 hitters have been the worst in baseball the last couple weeks. Do you think this might be a target for the Mets in trade talks?
It's too early to tell. No, I think that I think they probably need to address the back part of their lineup. I mean, listen, some of this is going to get better. I think Mark Vantos might be back today or tomorrow from an injury. That has a chance to help. I know he was off to a slow start, but he had a nice season last year. They sent Francisco Alvarez to AAA. I think he'll come back and help at some point. I'm really not all that worried about their offense overall, even though it's been slow the last couple of weeks. I mean, this is going to happen. I said it this morning on the radio. I was like, it was crazy because I was thinking about it. I was like, man, like I haven't seen anybody really saying like, oh, it's doom or gloom because this team hasn't performed well offensively for the last 2 weeks. And then the Yankees and the Mets haven't. And what do you know? The New York media is concerned about both of their offenses in a way that would make you panic stricken. There's still a long way to go in this. So this is a blip on the radar as far as I'm concerned. I think the Mets are a good team. I think they're going to be right there in the mix for the Eastern Division throughout the rest of the season.
Mike, what do you think about the National League Reliever of the Year award? I mean, the odds on this one are pretty interesting.
I want to punch you. That's what I think.
Well, that's all right, Mike, because his neighbors apparently want to shoot him. So, I mean.
Oh, what did you do?
Nothing. I've done nothing.
Apparently talking to children will get you shot in his neighborhood.
Yeah, you should never talk to kids.
See? Thank you, Mike.
You're asking the wrong person about that.
Why am I? Mike seems like a upstanding individual. I trust his advice more than yours.
You notice I don't have any children, right? So that's
exactly me neither.
This is why I like Mark Jaron better.
Just Mark Jaron.
Jaron doesn't.
Father of
not
seven.
that he knows of. Hey, the mustache says
That's right.
Orlando.
Hey, explain to us why Fernando Tatis is suing Big League Advance and what
is
Big
League Advance?
Well, that's a good thing. Okay. And why would he sign with such an outfit in the first place?
So interesting story, right? And he's not the first person to sue them. They also have sued players that have been contracts with them. So Big League Advance is run by a former big league pitcher. And basically what they do is they take players who have yet to make the major leagues and they give them a cash advance on their future salary. The idea being, hey, we're going to give you several $100,000. In the case of Tatis, it sounds like it was about $2 million while you're in the minor leagues, so you can, because this is when this started, minor league players were still making sub minimum wage, right? Like they were barely making a living wage for the 5 months that they played. And so making $7,000 over 5 months isn't real easy to have a second job. Now, maybe it's different with Tatis, who's the son of a big leaguer, but, we don't know exactly what his dad did with his money or, any of that. Right. So Tatis, when he was in the minor leagues, got $2 million from them. But as part of that agreement, he had to pay 10% of his future salary. Well, Tatis signed a $341 million contract, which means that he owes Big League Advance about $34.1 million total. And he feels like, or at least his attorneys do, that he was taken advantage of in this and that this is predatory lending. So that's the lawsuit that they're filing in California courts. I'm not sure. I'm not a legal expert, so I don't know how it's going to play out, but it is super interesting to watch. Francisco Mejia, do you remember him with Cleveland, Tampa Bay, switch hitting catcher? Yeah. He sued for something similar. Mejia never quite reached his big prospect status, in part because he was a hyper aggressive hitter and not a very good receiver, but he ended up dropping the suit and paid back whatever, I think paid back whatever he was supposed to on whatever relatively modest earnings he had were. But that's part of what Big League Advance does, is that they give these guys money, and there's you can go to their website and see the players that have been a part of it. They publish it, who have been a part of it. There is a large number that are from the Dominican Republic and from Venezuela, who a large number of those players grew up in poverty, and a large number also signed for far more modest bonuses. And Tatis did not sign for a particularly big one, but we're talking like 5-figure bonuses, which is not life-changing money. And if they're a good prospect, there's a chance for them to make some down the road, but they want to take care of their families. And so I think that's part of what this argument is that they're trying to take advantage of people's situation. But there are a number of domestic players too, like Spencer Steer for the Reds is one of the names that's listed there. So it's it's big business. If you don't make the big leagues and you take that advance, they don't get their money back. So there is risk on their side too, but they've done pretty well financially. And I'm curious to see how this plays out, because to me, it just, and again, not a legal expert, but it reads like Batista's kind of SOL, on this, and that he agreed to this. And unless he was coerced into signing it, he's going to have to end up paying 10%, which is more than you would pay an agent, and that's on top of what your agent fees are. Agents are about 5% for major league players.
Okay.
Right. But is this 10% of all of his future baseball earnings?
Yes.
Oh my!
So it's not. So it would be like his first contract, this contract, if he signed another mega deal or whatever. Wow.
It's like George Lucas owning Star Wars stuff in perpetuity.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Yikes. That sucks.
Yeah. That's a lot of cash.
Yeah. Trade $2 million now for $34 million in the future.
It's like Jacob and Esau in the Bible, Mike. No? Okay. All right. Never mind.
I mean, I'm familiar with the story, but I don't.
So Jacob, Esau.
It's okay. I don't need Bible tales today. I'll go to church.
He sold his inheritance for a bowl of soup.
Wow.
You don't know about that?
That was a dumb trade.
Yeah, it was. Some would say that
he was hungry.
Sounds like Jack and the Beans.
He was hungry.
Magic beans.
He was hungry.
I would take it more like Zoidberg investing in a sandwich in Futurama.
I never saw that
show. If you've seen the episode, you understand.
By the way, speaking of magic beans, that's apparently what the A's were digging for yesterday in the desert.
Oh,
they broke ground on their new
beams, magic beams to be able to build the stadium. Yeah. Yeah.
By the way, the timetable on this is still 2.5 years away, so we're stuck with West Sacramento for 2.5 more years, aren't we?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it seems like it.
And what's the deal with the Rays? What's going on with them these days?
So two different groups. They have entered into a discussion with a potential buyer, a Jacksonville based real estate investor. There is another hedge fund manager who is interested in them and interested in driving the price up, like $1.7 billion, and all of them are interested in building in Central Florida. So I think the Jacksonville group would probably build a new stadium in Tampa. I think the other one is tied to Orlando. The idea is that this is like, probably going to move out of St. Pete, I would think, but that they're going to build a new stadium for the team and keep them in the region, which is what Major League Baseball's preference is. Because, I mean, it's a good sized market, right? Like it's the 17th, 16th largest market in the U.S. So I think that's what they want to do.
Would they be okay with Orlando?
Yeah, it's a good question. I mean, I think it's not super easy to get from Tampa to Orlando, but I mean, I think that there are probably some other benefits. I don't know enough about the geography of the region and how people travel to. I know that the I-4 corridor can be a real nightmare to travel.
Yeah,
I've done that before, but I'm not sure. I mean, Tampa to me is the bigger city, right? It makes more sense to build in Tampa, closer to the population base.
I'm looking here. Orlando.
I mean, Orlando's probably bigger than
Orlando is. Oh no, sorry, Tampa St. Pete. This is the DMAs, Nielsen DMAs. Tampa St. Pete is 11. Orlando Daytona Beach is 15. So it's close.
I mean, it's close. And if you can find a way to get closest to both, that really is where you can tap into both fan bases potentially.
All right. Well, there he is, the latest on the Tampa Bay Rays.
Yeah.
Awesome.
The Omaha Rays were never a real thing, CJ. I'm sorry to tell you. That was not.
There's still a hope.
Remember, we had the guy on from the Wall Street Journal, though.
Yeah.
That was fun.
Yeah, it was fun for about 10 minutes.
That wasn't going to happen.
Did you know
the reason why I can explain too, just so CJ understands? It's the big thing is the money that they get from television, right? Even though this has been
we don't have that
linear, and if you're moved outside the market, this is why the A's are playing in West Sacramento, is because they could at least fudge on the market size, right, and get most of the money that was owed to them in TV. And so that's why they're playing there for the next couple of years. And so like they weren't going to move outside the market even for a year.
Bummer.
Yep. Well,
Dare to dream. For the hockey team in Omaha, Mike called the testicles.
You don't want to
Man,
know what the
know it
tradition, the playoff tradition of throwing things on the ice was. You just want to leave that alone. You just want to leave that alone.
Dump out a big bucket.
How did that even get started?
I do not remember.
Who came up with that? That was
Me, but
that
I don't
was
know
a
why.
crossover.
Yeah.
Who came up with the idea that we're naming them after balls?
I don't know. Why not?
I mean, it's a real cup check right there.
All right. Well, there he is, Mike Ferrin, Sirius XM.
I miss you,
MLB
Mike.
Radio.
Miss you guys. It was great to see you. It was fun hanging out on Friday. I really loved that. That was awesome.
great time.
Until you'll appreciate this. So I was going to a mutual friend of ours' house for dinner, and the guys from D1 Baseball were supposed to pick me up on the way, and they got on the interstate and they forgot. And so I get a text from Mike Rooney while I'm standing in the sweltering lobby of 1620 of NRG Media that all of a sudden is like, just texts me the address. And then I was like, I know what this means. And he's like, hey, could you just take an Uber there? I'm like, you guys forgot, didn't you? He's like, yeah, absolutely. So Aaron Fitt forgot me. It was Aaron Fitt. So next time you have him on, you can ask him about it.
I could have taken you. I'm sure it was on my
I was fine. It was great.
It was absolutely on my
I will never let him forget about it. So it was good. It was like that day that you know, those days when mom forgot to pick you up from football practice.
Oh, yeah.
Sitting around waiting.
Aaron, we could have listened to Bill Simmons on the way there together. How fun would that have been?
I want to die.
Is what you would have said.
All right. We'll talk to you next week. Thanks.
All right, boys. See you later.
There you go. Sirius XM's Mike Ferrin. I feel bad. I could have taken
Seriously, knowing this person, who he was going, I'm guessing I live very close to that person.
Yeah.
And that it would have been nice and on the way. So that's a bummer.
But then you probably would have stopped, waved at a child, said hello, and then you both would have been shot.
But did you notice Ferrin on my side on this? Fatherless men. Fatherless men shouldn't be talking to children. I feel like that's a normal take to have.
They're human beings. You can talk to them. It's okay.
Shouldn't be having conversation again. I say hello to kids.
I know you meant childless, but you said fatherless men.
I don't know about Mike. I have a father. I have a dad. I meant childless.
Yes, Mike has a father.
Yeah. We all have fathers.
Well, yeah. I mean, that's how it works.
That's how life begins.
That's how life begins.
Life
By the way,
finds a way.
Now this
Wang
is
Nachos, baby.
This is Wang Nachos too.
Look at this.
Vikings Rams in the Coliseum on a Thursday night.
Nick,
this was the same night that inspired the One Beer Friday Open because it was the same day of that hearing.
Oh my gosh, that's right, because we were there for the Team Jack event.
We were at the mall.
Wow, I forgot about that. Yeah, we had a great time, except when Jack kept turning it to baseball.
Yeah,
the Royals are playing the artist formerly known as the Indians. It wasn't fun for us,
and the Royals sucked.
We just wanted to watch some football.
Yeah,
this was a great high-scoring game.
It was.
Schaefer was so pissed.
The Vikings were 1-1-1.
Yeah, this was a sneaky fun Rams team.
This is a Super Bowl team. What do you mean sneaky fun?
Well, sneaky fun in that. Well, they didn't win the Super Bowl, and they famously didn't score in that Super Bowl, but they scored everywhere else.
They did. Well, remember, this was the same year
with the Saints.
They played the Chiefs this year.
They had the Chiefs, and that was
the Monday night game. That was supposed to be in Mexico, but then they moved.
That's when I was in the Caymans. I was watching this game in the Caymans.
I bet in the Chiefs Rams game. I bet on the over. I got a live bet of over 100, and it hit. I was like, I will never get to live bet an NFL game over 100 points again. I had to do it, and I did, and I won. Shout out. Also, this was the first Mahomes year.
Yeah,
man, NFL a better time back in 2018. Cowboys made the playoffs. Amari Cooper. God.
What game did the Vikings tie on?
In
2018.
No, this is 18. Yeah.
Vikings
2018.
2018.
Wow, Mahomes and Shohei have been playing the same amount of time.
Vikings, Nick, tied.
Man, I missed tied early.
They tied the Packers in week 2. They beat the Niners in week 1. They tied the Packers in week 2. And then remember, they lost to the Bills. And they were like the Vikings were like a 17-point favorite. And that was before Josh Allen was good. He sucked in 2018.
Josh Allen sucks.
No, he's good now, Nick. They beat the Eagles, though, the next week after this. Go Vikings! Football.
We'll
get to some more football a little bit later on in the show.
Yes, we do. I've got a couple poll questions out there
Is
for
Stibbs
you.
just going to be pithy comments all day long in the YouTube chat? Is that what you're doing today, Stibbs? Pithy Stibbs?
But we're going to find out next how the NFL likes to collude. But how
it's not about Kaepernick, though.
But yeah, this isn't about Kaepernick.
Yeah,
but
might as well be
how the union also didn't want this stuff getting out.
Interesting.
Yeah, this is collusion making an ass out of both you and me.
Nice.
I mean, them and them.
Got to be your ass.
It's not me and him. It's
Got to be your ball.
16-20 the zone. Todd Gurley, baby. God, he was good.
Yeah, he was.
And I believe we're going to get is this going to be the champagne toast?
What's the champagne toast?
Yep.
Oh,
yep. They do the
cut away.
celebration. Yeah, here it is. See, they're pouring the champagne and then raise a glass and drink.
Nice.
So, Pablo Torre, who is taking some time off from creeping on Bill Belichick and his main squeeze, and Mike Florio of Pro Football Talk uncovered evidence that the NFL was engaged in collusion. Now, normally, this would be a major deal.
Yeah.
Major deal.
Sure.
So what happened here, this had to do with, this was shortly after the Deshaun Watson contract. This is before we found out Deshaun Watson was.
No. We knew.
Oh, that's right. We did know.
Yeah. When he went to the Browns.
That's right. The Browns did know and still paid him a lot of money.
Which is, yes, that was a part of it. It's like not only did he get a deal, but he got a guaranteed deal top to bottom.
So this
pissed me off
this was a 2022 owners meeting just days after the Watson contract.
Owners meeting.
Owners meeting. Despite the nature of Watson's deal, no similar contracts followed, including the extension that Russell Wilson signed with the Broncos later that year. Because a lot of folks thought, oh my God, if Deshaun Watson's getting this kind of money, imagine what's going to happen with everyone else.
Everybody's going to get guaranteed deals, yeah.
But apparently what happened was the management council told all the 32 clubs that you need to start reducing the guarantees, because it wasn't necessarily the size of the contract. It was the size of the guaranteed money.
Yeah.
Because famously, NFL contracts have been bloated with a bunch of incentives, but the actual guaranteed money, you'd hear about a guy signing for $150 million, but he actually only got paid $20 million.
Yeah, so it's like, okay, so a lot of the money is fake.
Because in baseball and basketball, I believe in hockey, dude's making $40 million, he's making $40 million.
Yep.
So this was this 2022 meeting. Well, the Players Association challenged it and accused the management committee of collusion. And the system arbitrator who was in charge of ruling on this wrote in his January of 2025 ruling, quote, "There is little question that the management council, with the blessing of the commissioner, encouraged the 32 NFL clubs to reduce guarantees in veterans contracts at their March 2022 annual owners meeting." Now, the grievance actually failed, but with the arbiter saying that the union, because it was basically on a technicality that they didn't rule against the owners. But he did say there's little question that they colluded to reduce guarantees. Florio says it's probably a matter of semantics as to why something like this didn't happen. But so you're wondering, well, didn't you say that the Players Association also didn't want this news getting out? Well, yes, that's true. And here's why. Because in this meeting, evidence also was revealed that the NFL Players Association, the NFL union president, J.C. Tretter, quote, repeatedly insulted Russell Wilson, referring to him as a wuss over his failure to secure a fully guaranteed contract from the Broncos, because this was the next big signing that was coming out, right?
Yeah.
It was Russell Wilson. He had just got traded to the Broncos. They wanted to sign him to a long-term deal. He ended up getting a pretty big deal, but it wasn't for nearly as much money as Watson, nearly as much guaranteed money as Watson. Well, apparently in this meeting, this owners meeting, the union chief called him a wuss.
Amazing. The quotes that came out from and I want to make sure I find these, about Kyler Murray and that whole back and forth was pretty incredible. Gosh, and of course now I can't find it. Where it was basically, hey, nice job on the deal, and they're like, yeah, and it's not guaranteed. And then the other owner's like, yeah, so that's basically what we're going to try to do with our guy as well. Just incredible stuff, which isn't a surprise. If one person does it, which the Saints or the Browns did, it opens it up for every quarterback or every agent to say, whoa, if he can get it, why can't I get it?
Exactly.
I remember when, speaking of Kirk Cousins, this was his first year with the Vikings. And I remember that year he got like a crazy good deal for what people were expecting him to get after playing for so many years in Washington. And it was like, okay, well, if he can get that, then everybody else is going to be able to get that too.
Wonder what Russell Wilson now thinks of J.C. Tretter.
Excellent question. If he didn't already know.
Finding out that they called him a wuss.
Mm-hmm.
Guess he's not going to get any free Subway from him.
No, definitely not. Let's ride.
He is no longer,
Tretter?
Tretter's no longer the union president.
Interesting.
But the idea that the owners, and you could say this about any professional sport, that they don't get together and work on certain things. I mean, certainly I believe that had something to do with with Kaepernick not getting to play anymore in the NFL. And there's probably other examples as well. I have no doubt in my mind that this happens much more than even the most cynical person believes it does. And it doesn't even have to be necessarily about paying somebody, though a lot of it probably does have to do about expenses, salaries. But it probably has to do with other things as well.
So before Bruntz real fast, so it was Dean Spanos and Michael Bidwell. Spanos, owner of the Chargers, Bidwell, owner of the Chargers, or of the Cardinals. Spanos said, "Congrats on signing Murray." To which Bidwell says, "Thanks, Dino. Thanks, Dino. These quarterback deals are expensive, but we limited the fully guaranteed money and have some pretty good language. Thankfully, we have a quarterback that's worth paying." Spanos, your deal helps us for our quarterback next year.
Unbelievable.
Also, I love the owner speak in there. The deals are expensive, but we have yada, yada, yada. Thankfully, we have a quarterback that's worth paying.
When he said, and we have good language, that gave me the ick.
We have pretty good language.
We have legal reasoning where we can technically get away with this.
Yep.
Well, and then
it covers our
and as we found out in that contract, there was language in that contract had to do with Kyler Murray and playing video games.
That's true. We did learn about that, so they did have some pretty good language.
Coming up next, Michael Bruntz on Nebraska's newest commits and more on 1620 The Zone.
Here's a story of a man named Bruntz who covers Husker sports, boys and girls, like football and basketball, even weightlifting, like front squats and curls. Then one day, good old Bruntz called a talk show, and acting on what they thought was a hunch, John and Josh wanted to start a family. And now we get to talk to Michael Bruntz. It's Michael Bruntz. Michael Bruntz. Now we get to talk to Michael Bruntz.
Of Husker247.com. Bruntz, good afternoon. How are you doing?
No complaints. How are you guys?
Great.
Not bad. I assume you probably watched the live stream of the athletics groundbreaking in Las Vegas, right?
I did, yes. I did. If there's one thing we know around here about groundbreaking, it's that everybody that breaks ground usually sticks around. So, anyways.
Yes, that's true. We can go back to the Go Big project and how many of those people are still around Nebraska? None.
I looked at the photo. There are 0.
Well, maybe you'll be lucky enough and the athletics can say the same thing in 2.5 years.
It's usually the kiss of death the minute you pick up that novelty shovel. So watch out.
Mm-hmm.
Well, yesterday Nebraska picked not one but 2 commits, or as we like to call them now, talks.
Talks, yes.
Talks out of the recruiting. And of course, the one that's getting a lot of the headlines is Danny Odom, the 4-star rated defensive back. He's one of the highest rated commits that Nebraska's had, certainly the highest one in this class. How significant is this recruiting win?
Yeah, it's a big one. Nebraska had been looking to add, a kind of shut down corner, and they had one in CJ Brona, who they kept his commitment for a while, and he ended up decommitting and flipping to Florida. And Nebraska very quickly was able to add Danny Odom to the mix. I think you got to give him credit though, because you look at the teams involved, and this wasn't a situation where teams were the offers weren't committable or they were all just hats on the table. I mean, Ohio State was pushing for him, up until yesterday, basically on decision day, and Oklahoma was also in the mix, Penn State as well, and Nebraska I think did a really nice job of kind of selling him on their vision. I think it's another important win for Nebraska in the state of Florida. And, I think we probably had this conversation about Florida back in 2019, 2020, about the work that Nebraska was doing in that state. But I think the big difference that you're seeing this time around, and I think Danny Odom's a part of this, is those guys that are coming out of South Florida are coming to Nebraska and they're having success right away. And I think when you get somebody from that state, you get them to come the distance that it takes to get to Nebraska and play college football there. If they have early success, it helps keep the kid there, and just kind of keeps them bonded to the program, which is really important nowadays. But also, it allows you to kind of go back to Florida and say, well, this guy went up there and this is what he did his first year, like a Ja'Cory Barney or a Willis McGahee or Vincent Shaver, somebody like that. So, I think with the way the staff is kind of made up right now, there's some work that they can do in Florida, and this is going to be a smaller class. I mean, we've talked about that at length, but if they're able to find, a difference maker here or there from that state, I mean, that's a pretty big deal. And I think there's some real momentum with Nebraska and the state of Florida, not only because of this commitment, what they've done the last couple classes, but also just, you look at the 7-on-7 camp that they had. I mean, a lot of the top talent in South Florida made it a point to get up to Nebraska for that event with their 7-on-7 team. So it was a really important win yesterday, I think, to kind of keep that momentum down there.
Bruntz, you mentioned small class. I'm curious, in terms of strategy moving forward, given that there's the portal and you can, fill needs there, and then obviously the traditional way with a signing class, like, do you think that they're going to use each of those as kind of two separate things where, like, hey, let's see if we can always fill X, Y, and Z needs in recruiting a traditional class and the other needs that we have in the portal? Or do you think that those things are going to kind of cross streams at times and it's just going to be whatever they think they can do best?
I think it will cross streams at times. I think, I think for just kind of the continuity of the program, I think you have to continue to add high school offensive and defensive linemen. Like those are developmental spots. Those are spots that, you need to keep kind of bringing guys in, get them into your weight program, bring them along, have them ready, by their second or third year on campus. I mean, I think that's still more of a traditional kind of recruitment and developmental timeline, even, in college football today. I think where you can kind of count on being able to go portal a little bit more frequently are, at the wide receiver spot, which you've seen Nebraska do to kind of find the front end, wide receiver number one. I mean, I think if you're willing to spend the money, I think you're always going to be able to find that kind of guy in the portal. I think quarterback is one that, in a situation where you don't have a returning guy like Nebraska does this year, I think that's one position that you probably look hard at in the portal. But I think that's not necessarily always the case. I mean, I think you have to do a little bit of both and bring guys along in your quarterback room as well. So I think Nebraska is going to be leaning a little bit more on the portal, but I do think there are positions where you have to continue to recruit successfully out of the high school ranks. And, to me, the biggest ones are the lines. And I think you kind of fill in and find guys that are maybe better fits here and there, which I think is what Nebraska is kind of doing with this class. I mean, they went in wanting one tight end. They got one from, California and Luke Sorensen that fits what they were looking for. I think they're going to take a wide receiver or two to kind of, pair with whoever they're going to get out of the portal. They've got a couple offensive linemen in this class. I mean, I think that's going to kind of be the recipe going forward. And then, you kind of see what you've got as you get into the season, and then you kind of start planning ahead for what the portal cycle is going to look like as well.
Michael Bruntz of Husker 24/7. Does Jamal Rule's commit signify anything to you about the running game, the future of the running game, and the running back position at Nebraska?
I don't know. I mean, it's going to continue to be important. I mean, I think, when you look at kind of the way that Nebraska's constructed its roster, I mean, you're going to need at least one running back every year. It's kind of an interesting room right now because, there's just a lot of wait and see right now. You feel like you kind of know what you have in Emmett Johnson. The rest of the room is like, okay, well, who's running back number 2 right now as we sit here in the middle of June? I don't know. You've got a couple guys that you added scholarship-wise out of that class last year. I mean, they're going to be in the mix. You're going to add Jamal Rule to that group as well. So I don't know that it said anything huge. I do think, though, that Nebraska, even with Dana Holgorsen as offensive coordinator, you're still going to need to be able to run the ball. They're going to want to do it. I think a little bit more than maybe what people associate with a Dana Holgorsen offense. And, I think the one thing, though, that there's a little bit more of a premium on, and we saw it towards the end of last season, is I think there's going to be a little bit more of an emphasis on being able to catch the ball out of the backfield if you're a running back. I mean, I think that's always kind of part of the recipe, but I think it's going to be even more so just because of the way that he schemes things. I think there's always going to be that kind of a role. Jamal Rule, I think, has shown to this point that he's comfortable doing that, but I don't know. It's funny with that running back room. It feels like we've said this for a couple of years, but it really is kind of wait and see on kind of who's that next couple guys up, because they didn't get somebody out of the portal to add to that group. And we're going to find out a lot, I think, this year about those younger backs that are behind Emmett Johnson.
Bruntz, I don't know if you had a chance to read the story that came out of Missouri last week, but it was about the university there where they were paying the collective, and then the collective was paying the players, vis-a-vis the university was paying the players. How common do you think that this has been over the last couple of years? Because, I mean, if it's been quite common, I would say that is certainly going to be a pretty big change. I know that the universities will now be paying the players, but they were paying above what they will be allowed to moving forward.
Yeah, I'd be speaking a little bit out of school on that. I mean, it's a big number, especially as you got closer to that deadline. What was it, like it was over 10 million.
They
right,
spent $10
last
million,
year.
I believe, in June or like May into June, and it was I think total on the year it was above like 30 million total or something like that. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know how common it is. I'm assuming that if Missouri's doing it, that they're probably not alone in that. I would hope they're not, given the results there. But yeah, I mean that's going to be, probably a change that's going to happen with everything coming down with the settlement. But yeah, I mean, I would be very curious to see what the numbers are elsewhere. I've got to imagine that other places the numbers are bigger. Like I said, just kind of given the competitiveness of that conference and other schools in the Big Ten too. That wouldn't shock me if the numbers were bigger. I was a little surprised that they were having to cough the numbers up. I mean, I would hope you'd be a little bit more buttoned up on that, but it was. I read it a little bit, but the value, especially in the last year, good night. Like that's a lot of money. It's a lot of money.
It's a ton of money. Yesterday we were talking about how many wins is it going to take. Kelly Ford, who we follow on Twitter, said it's going to take 10 wins for Nebraska to be in the at-large conversation, which means there's probably an upset in there too. Does that sound about right in terms of Nebraska being in the at-large conversation, or maybe could the bar be as low as 9 wins?
That's a good question. I would say most years that 9 would at least get you in the conversation, but I mean, it feels like this year that Nebraska is just not going to get a lot of benefit of the doubt with the schedule because you got Michigan at home. We'll see what they're going to be. USC is a question mark. They're also at home. I don't know. I mean, I think as weird as it sounds, I mean, there's enough kind of warts on that schedule that I don't know how much benefit Nebraska is going to get. I mean, and I think it would almost kind of be a little bit like the Indiana conversation last year, where if something's a little bit more unexpected, you kind of have to go, I think, above and beyond a little bit more to impress people because, if it's kind of, out of nowhere, you win that many, you win that many games. I think it's just a little bit easier to say, well, yeah, but I think 10's probably a fair number given Nebraska's schedule. So yeah, I'd go along with 10. I think most years, I would say 9 would be enough, but I just don't know that there's enough on that schedule there to really say that. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think he had Nebraska as one of the weaker schedules in the Big Ten.
Yeah, it's the third weakest. Yeah, was it Illinois and Maryland had a weaker schedule.
Okay.
So yeah,
there you go. Yeah, I think you're going to have to really kind of take care of business if you're Nebraska and want to be in that conversation in any kind of meaningful way.
Michael Bruntz, Husker 24/7. Bruntz, we always appreciate it. Thank you much.
Yep. Talk to you later, guys.
Bye, Bruntz.
Michael Bruntz, Husker 24/7.
Yeah, when you consider the teams that Nebraska is playing, and we've talked about this now quite a bit over the last couple of days, they avoid a lot of the big dogs in the Big Ten Conference in terms of the teams that we view as the playoff contenders or just in general at the top of the league. They don't play Ohio State this year, which is pretty massive. They don't play Oregon this year. Those are the teams that he has ranked 1 and 2.
Mm-hmm.
They do play 3 and 4 in Penn State and Michigan. But then they don't play Indiana, who is number 5. They don't play Illinois, who is number 7. They don't play Washington, who is number 9. So the teams that they do play are a little lower in that.
At the bottom.
They play Penn State, Michigan, 3-4. They play USC, and they're ranked 6th. And then after that, you got to go down to 10, and that's Minnesota. 11, that's Iowa. And then, you're going further and further down the bottom. So that's why he views them as they got to get to 10 wins. Otherwise, a 9-3. Barring something crazy happening, and by crazy I mean Iowa's much better than we expect them to be.
Well, and it could be
like Indiana last year. That was a shock. Who knew that game could have meant a lot?
Michigan State will be really great,
and he has them at 16. So that's a great example of a team that if they have a surprise year, that win would mean a ton for Nebraska.
Correct.
But as a listener pointed out yesterday, I can't remember which one. Oh, it's Kyle. Indiana last year needed to go 11-1. If they would have gone 10-2, they would have missed the playoffs. So it's a really good exercise as it kind of shows you, the various tiers of not only the teams, but the schedules that they have in front of them.
I just wonder what things would be like around here if we were involved in a playoff conversation regarding this year's schedule.
Oh, wow. It'd be fascinating.
If like Nebraska were in the spot Indiana were in last year, and I'm not saying
Where they're blowing teams out, but their schedule is.
I'm not saying they go 11-1, but let's say they do go, because let's face it, if they're a 9-2 team
going
into the Iowa game, people will think, and who knows how the committee rankings are going to look, but there'll be a lot of folks who think, oh yeah, this should be a playoff team. They beat Iowa, it should be a playoff team. But who knows? Maybe
they lost to Michigan? They lost.
Maybe they got blown out by Penn State.
They lost to Michigan, lost to Penn State. Nobody else is ranked.
Yeah,
that would turn into the conversation. Which here we have thrown the rocks inside of our glass house for many years about, well, that schedule is weak.
Mm-hmm.
It's easier to say that though when it's not your team, because suddenly you're like, whoa, but they're good. They're 9-2.
Yeah,
so it would be quite fascinating. That said, and a couple people pointed this out yesterday. On paper, the 2026 Nebraska schedule, it's almost like they better have a good 25, because 26 on paper has at Illinois, at Iowa, Ohio State at home, at Oregon, Washington. So, some pretty big names next year. Indiana at home. I don't know if I mentioned them. So, playoff or bust. Some people are saying, Nick.
I don't know if anyone's saying that yet.
Yeah, probably not. Probably not.
I don't know. Joe might be saying that.
Joe? That's true. That's a good point.
Joe thinks Tim too.
Mm-hmm.
We got some odds and ends. Got some TV ratings. Kirk Ferentz
with odds, son.
Young Kirk Ferentz.
No, he's 100.
Or at least he sounds young.
Okay.
And Florida State's new quarterback is still lipping off.
What?
Yeah.
More talking?
He had a lot of talking.
Huh. Interesting.
That, and we are going to converse about how many different number one teams will be ranked this year. How many different teams will we have at number one?
What a fun question, Nick.
A fun June 24th.
Yes,
question.
exactly. A fun June 24th question. Couldn't agree more.
16-20 the zone.
John emails in to the Equitable Bank inbox with an email titled CFP Talk. John doesn't need to wonder about what it would feel like if Nebraska is in the CFP conversation towards the end of the year. Remember, Rule is still the coach.
Is this going to be like a daily bit?
From John, I think so.
Yeah,
I don't think it's a bit.
I'm just going to send in. I'm just going to say something mean about Matt Rule.
Uh-huh.
Well, did I include this? Yes, I did. You know, I might as well start with this because this will make John very happy. But did you see this? Did you hear about this?
What did Rule do now?
It's not what Rule did.
Oh,
it's
no,
what,
I did see this.
It's what EA Sports did to Rule.
Yeah.
Remember, Matt Rule has been in the game. He was a professional football coach.
EA Sports.
So
It's
when
in the
you
game.
So if you were one of those sickos who
Or
challenge everything.
if you were one of those sickos or just, wanted to have Christian McCaffrey on your offense, and you picked the Panthers as your team to play with.
Or if you're Austin Jacobson.
Or if you're Austin Jacobson.
Unironically.
Yeah.
Matt Rule would be on the sidelines. He would be in the game.
Yes, but last year in the new NCAA video game, coaches were not there.
Well, coaches now are included.
Folks.
Not all of them, but some of them are included.
Including Matt Rule.
And they say that the graphics in video games
have gotten better, right?
Have gotten better.
Yeah.
Well, apparently the people who are doing the artwork haven't. So, for those of you watching it on the stream,
his shoulders are so big when he was with the Panthers. He looks like he's wearing pads.
Well, with the Panthers, he looks like he could be a gym trainer or something. I mean, look how narrow that waist is and those legs. I mean, he is.
What does he look like now?
And this is completely the opposite. He looks like.
Kenneth says spitting image.
It's not. It's not quite.
That's a tough look.
Oh my God! What's his name from The Office?
Michael Scott.
No, the big guy.
Oscar.
Not Oscar.
Oh, with the chili.
Yes.
Kevin.
Kevin.
Yeah.
It's not quite Kevin.
Yeah,
but,
don't compare him to Kevin.
but it's pretty
not
damn.
even-
It's closer.
No,
to,
it's not.
It's closer to Kevin than the one on the left.
Too much hair.
Well, I'm just saying in terms of body type. In terms of body type, he's definitely put on some pounds.
Mm-hmm.
At least he's got a little bit of bulge there, so at least he's got that going for him, which is nice.
That's true, John. I hadn't thought
But he's
about that.
he's wearing a very. I mean, I don't think Matt Rule. Do they even make polos that plain?
That's a really ugly, boring polo.
It's a boring polo with
Looks
a
like what you
giant
get
N on it.
at like Walmart,
Yes.
where it's not the official licensed brand,
Yeah.
so they just throw an N on it. David says about the Carolina Panthers one, skipped leg day. Yeah, that Matt Rule.
He skipped leg day, but man, he was in the gym. He
doesn't skip shoulder
does
day.
not skip shoulder and arm day.
Mm-hmm. Kenneth, they had to lay off the kids selling runses because Matt Rule ate all of them in the offseason. Oh, poor guy.
Oh yeah,
Poor Matt
and it doesn't
Rule.
even. I mean, couldn't they have just walked across the hall to the designers of Madden and say, "Hey, can we get your?
Can we just borrow the old
Can we
one?
just get your at least the face? I mean, the
The
body,
face is pretty solid.
The face in the NFL one is pretty solid. The body is not very accurate, but
Body
it's
not
certainly a
solid.
lot more flattering than the one that the college guys
So,
gave him.
With the players, didn't they like scan the players, like their faces and
Probably.
stuff? Why couldn't they also do that with the coaches?
Nick, you bring up excellent questions.
They were there.
Tina says, ate the runza or the kids in response to Kenneth.
Well, see, he tried to sit by and talk to a kid on
And
the
then-
side of the road about football.
I mean, to me, the real egregious error in this college football image is that he's not
Yeah.
riding a cow.
Well, they got this out too soon. They didn't know about this.
I mean, I'm sure they've got plenty of cows there in the
yeah.
in the
I don't know if
in the,
EA
in
has
the
any.
A drive.
I don't
And
know.
you
If,
just pull it out. Just give me a generic cow. And
Maybe
you
they'll
can
do
ride
it
in on a
for
cow.
the, what do they call them, Nick? Patches?
Oh,
Yeah.
Patches of Houlihan.
I don't know
no.
if EA has any games that they would have used cow assets in.
AI Matt Rule is going to need a lot of patches to keep from eating so much. He's definitely gotten
give
big.
AI Matt Rule Ozempic. He'll be just
Yeah,
fine.
Yeah,
Wow. Fascinating. Tough look for old Matty.
it's unfortunate.
Yeah, it really is.
I mean, he's gone from being way too flattered on one side to
Yep.
being way too insulted on the
Oh,
other.
I
yeah.
wonder what the other coaches look like. If they're just like got permission to use the coaches' names,
Go look, go
but then
check.
They didn't, you know.
I'm sure we
make
could
them.
do a little research into
probably,
this.
Yeah, they probably have some. Not a TV ratings guy, but did you see this? Did you hear about this? The Men's College World Series.
I did see this.
The final was down from last year, but
haters.
But
viewership was up.
Viewership was up.
Isn't that wild? How it can be down and up at the same time?
Yeah, it's weird.
Wow,
I'm
science.
really not sure how, but
Mm-hmm.
it was down from last year. But it was pretty good.
Give me
it was
a
pretty good.
school.
Alabama.
Look up Ole Miss. Look
There you go.
look
Lane Kiffin. That's
Look up Lane Kiffin.
Good job, John.
So they don't have every coach for every
Okay, well,
school.
I don't know. Then just go find one.
Okay, let's do Ohio State.
Oh, Ryan Day and that garbage beard of his.
Oh, no, never. That's okay. Never mind.
All right.
I thought that was something else.
Okay.
It's just a picture of Ryan Day.
Hmm.
It's not what he looks like.
Well, shout out to the College World Series.
Shout out to the College
Do you
World
think?
Series.
Let me ask you this: a serious question.
Sure.
Do you think if they pushed college baseball to more of an audience beyond just super regionals, and the College World Series, that it could, like, what kind of ceiling is there for college baseball audience wise? Because like, there's been a big push lately of like, look at what happens when volleyball is on, over the air TV, softball. Look at the growth that they have had. This, I mean, these are good numbers to say, look, people are interested. The reason that viewership at the end of the season increases, it's not just because it's a championship, but if you have a story and you know the players in the story, that also helps it too. Like, look, I know, and we could talk in a moment if we want to about the NBA viewership, that was down for a variety of reasons. But in my opinion, one of the big ones wasn't because of markets. It's because we don't know the stories yet of the Thunder and the Pacers. If the Thunder turn into this dynasty like some people think they can, in 3 years, there will be more people watching them because we would have watched them grow up. Just like the Michael Jordan ratings at the end were bigger than they were at the start.
Sure.
Because we had grown up with him. And so that's a long, convoluted way to ask you, could college baseball do that? Or is this just like, we're still in the early days of, they're now measuring viewership in a different way than they did for the longest time.
Yeah.
And this was on over the air, which hasn't been the case a whole lot for the last decade or so, right? Like when you were growing up or whatever, when I was growing up, it was on CBS, but then it went to ESPN and ESPN2 for many
ABC
years.
started doing the middle game here in the last, I think it's the last 5 years.
Yeah, it's very, very new.
Well, you see, the problem is, unless you have a Caitlin Clark type, it's hard because these kids cycle in and out. Most of them are only there for a couple of years and then they're off to the pros.
Yeah.
The really good ones. So I don't really know what the ceiling is. I think right now it's just riding the wave of a lot of other sports that, because sports is the last real bastion of, unscripted drama, that, people still like it. They like the immediacy. They like not knowing what's going to happen. And that has helped with a lot of things. So I don't know what the answer to that question is.
Yeah.
Personally, I mean, I don't think college baseball doesn't have a chance to be a big revenue sport, except for some places around the country. And some might argue, we'll move the season back. Well, you know what's going to happen when you move the season back? You're going to be colliding more with professional baseball. And listen, this time of year is already a slower time of year for sports. You're not going to draw more people in by, hey, look, more baseball.
Yeah, because people start traveling now.
People start traveling now. Exactly. Also, a lot of these markets have minor league teams, and they do a much better job of, creating a fun atmosphere than a lot of college teams do.
Yeah.
So I don't think the answer is quite that simple. So
that's pretty cool.
It is. It's nice that it's getting the attention, that Omaha continues to get the attention, and it works for a lot of folks.
Yeah, and like you mentioned, a big time star to bring people in. I guess if there was going to be somebody like that, we had him a few years ago, and that's Paul Skeens. And I'm guessing viewership was good, but it still wasn't like 5 million viewers. So
No.
if it wasn't 5 million viewers with him, then there's probably not going to be another college superstar like him.
Because the problem is that by the time people got to know him, it was too late. At least with Caitlin Clark, there was a lot of stuff happening over a couple of years.
Correct. And that played into it.
And it built in its own hype. Skeens kind of, now if Skeens, would have got it started earlier at LSU, but remember he was at Air Force and he was part-time as a catcher and no one knew him.
Yeah.
So you didn't get really a chance to get to know him as well.
Sure.
Speaking of ratings, the NBA Finals, 16.5 million for Game 7, which was the most since the Game 6 of the 2019 Finals.
So it's the most watched game post-COVID.
Right. Interesting, though, I saw this from a college basketball account. The rating for the NCAA championship game, and 18 million viewers.
Mm-hmm.
More people watched the national championship than they did
Florida?
Game 7. Yeah. I don't know if that really says anything. It doesn't mean that college basketball is more popular than pro basketball. I think a lot of it is, it's also the time.
Yeah, I mean, you could do the same thing you were just saying.
It's hard to get huge numbers in the summer.
Yeah, because
less people are using television or being indoors.
Yeah. I feel like you have to go out of your way to want to watch something right now.
Yes.
Than you do during football season. When it's a whole lot easier because you're inside most of the time.
Yeah.
And even when the men's national championship is played, I was surprised to see, not TV ratings guy famously, I was surprised, though, to see it jump up that much. I know Game 7s are always going to get more interest in viewership.
Yeah.
But that was a lot of people, given what the rest of the finals had been like.
Mm-hmm.
It was on pace to be one of the worst ever. Some all-time bad stuff, like comparable to the bubble finals, which you do not want to be compared to that one.
No.
And then, it got the pop for Game 7. That said, and I said it a couple minutes ago, if the Thunder turn into a team that starts playing for multiple championships, the interest in them will grow. People will start rooting against them, and they will become that type of franchise.
Yesterday, we had the quote from new Florida State quarterback Thomas Castellanos, formerly of Boston College, about how, Alabama doesn't have Saban anymore. They're scared of us.
Yeah.
Well, he also said this to Pete Nakos of On 3 Sports, quote, I feel like I tore the ACC up by my damn self for the last 2 years, and now I'm with a squad. I hope people don't think that Florida State is going to be the same team it was last year because we have weapons.
Yeah.
People can't just sit back in zone coverage and watch me.
Exactly. He's tearing them up, John.
It was pointed out by Pick 6 Previews, Castellanos, who, by the way, did not play against Nebraska. Why? Because he got benched, and then he left the team. He got benched and quit 3 days later.
Yeah.
In his ACC games, in this ACC that he tore up by his damn self, he went 4-8, had 20 touchdowns, 13 interceptions, and according to the opponent adjusted metrics, his offense was 60th out of 68 Power 4 schools. His replacement, Grayson James, who Nebraska did play in the bowl game, was 30. His offenses were 35th out of 68.
We need one more Power 4 school.
Nice. And then we'd have 69.
Yeah.
So
I believe him, John.
He's a very confident young man. He definitely sounds like a quarterback who plays for a very dare I say, lateral move type program.
Interesting.
Basically Nebraska.
Is that what you would say? You're saying Nebraska is as bad as this kid seems to be?
No.
Okay.
No.
Interesting. I can't figure out where you're going with this exactly.
Yeah, if anything, I should be saying that Florida State is actually a step down from Nebraska.
I like this kid's gumption. I like his confidence.
I do too, because it's going to backfire in his face.
It might. I mean, Alabama, they're not Nick Saban's Alabama anymore.
This ain't Bobby Bowden ain't walking through that tunnel anymore.
But maybe, somebody
Deion
else.
Sanders walking out of a tunnel, but he's much older and he's now in Colorado.
That's true. So you would be surprised if Florida State were able to beat the Tide in week 1?
I'd be surprised if this kid plays worth a damn.
Yeah, I guess that's kind of fair. I'm trying to figure out what the line on this game is. Let's see.
I'm sure they've got a line out there.
I got it for you.
Guess
the line,
sicko.
John.
Alabama by 77.
No, John.
No, where's the game at?
The game is in. Well,
is it a neutral site?
Now that you say that, I cannot remember it. Let me look real fast because on the website I'm looking at, Florida State is listed as the second team, but I don't know if that means it's just because. All right, that game is in. It is in Tallahassee, Doak Campbell Stadium. 2:30.
Alabama by 3.5.
Alabama by 12.5.
Damn, I apologize to Alabama for underselling.
Don't you like the Florida State? Florida State plus the points. Put those in your back pocket. If you think that the line should be 9.5 the other way.
I mean, this program is such a lateral move that the horse doesn't even run out to the center of the field anymore. It just kind of trots.
Oh, come on, John.
It's not even a horse anymore. It's just one of those
and
like
they don't even
toy
like
horses.
to they don't even like to spear on fire anymore when they plunge it into the turf. They just kind of throw a butter knife.
Oh, by the way, Nick was able to find some coaches that are not Matt Rule in the video game on an Instagram post. Steve Sarkisian kind of looks like him, right? Better than Matt Rule. Marcus Freeman looks like him.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Pretty good job.
Yeah.
Ryan Day looks like a huge
Oh,
goober.
look at Ryan Day. You know what that Ryan Day
He
picture
rubs
looks
in
like?
the Just for Men on his beard before every
You know
game.
what that Ryan Day looks like?
What's that?
It looks like if he were a Soviet premier in the 80s. And they were having a May Day parade for him. One of those types of pictures.
And then one more real quick, Nick. James Franklin, I think that one's the best. James Franklin, that looks like James Franklin. Look, he's about to make a mistake with a coaching decision.
Yes, he is.
What do we do?
Somebody on the comments of that post said that they made Ryan Day Ryan Afternoon.
What? I don't get that.
Because he doesn't quite look like Ryan.
Oh, okay.
That's,
solid.
That's not. No.
Speaking of the video game, Ryan emails in. I'm not saying Nebraska is the toughest place to play, but surely it's in the top 25, right?
No,
That's from Ryan in Utah.
They're barely 500 at Memorial Stadium.
Yeah.
Our friend Caleb Henry from you formerly of K-Line, now Husker Max.
Yeah.
As he pointed out, Nebraska's like 36-30 since what year is it? 2017.
I was going to say probably the last Mike Riley year. Yeah.
And that includes an undefeated. I think didn't they go undefeated at home in Mike Riley's 16? They went undefeated at home
in
that
16,
year.
but then starting in the next year they
right. Well, either way, whatever the number is,
bad. Yeah. So
this isn't a knock against the fans that it's too quiet there. It's not intimidating enough.
Yeah.
But when these video game makers are coming up with tough atmospheres, they're looking at how did you do at home?
Yes.
Can it really be that tough of an atmosphere
if you are 500?
If you're 500 at home.
But what about all the fans that show up even when they're bad?
Is that your voice for Ryan in Utah? This is a great friend of the show, Nick.
Okay.
And you're describing him like a little nerd.
I think he's just speaking generically of Husker fans.
That's my generic Husker fan voice.
That seemed like you're Ryan in Utah.
Go Huskers.
Who are triggered because
that's what you sound like to me.
They're triggered because we're not getting enough respect.
Shout out to Ryan in Utah. Thank you for listening, Ryan.
And
I don't hate your guts like Nick does.
Also, Ryan, the other reason Nebraska's not in the top 25, no more child labor.
Oh.
Got to have child labor if you want to have a tough atmosphere.
It makes sense that you would say that.
Yep.
Oh, no. So what if you wanted to get a Runza at a Nebraska game? You'd never be able to get one because you couldn't talk to the kid.
I would never ask for a Runza. Never.
It's because of the
You know what's going to be
I
funny?
went to Runs on Sunday. You know what I got? Tendies and fries. Yum.
See, I thought you just get a cup of ranch, you freak.
And a couple cups of ranch. Shout out to the Runza at the Omaha Baseball Village. They fed us well.
It's all well, and everything Runza does is really, really good. But
you want to do Nick's voice now with whatever you're going
why
to say?
wouldn't you get a hamburger? And
get what, John?
The Runza is awesome. Yes, it is. It's good.
I didn't want to.
I think people are still freaked out. Oh my God, got cabbage in it.
I don't like cabbage. Why can't I dislike cabbage?
See, I like cabbage.
If I put mayonnaise inside of a Runza, you poop your pants at it, John.
Well, because it's unnecessary. You don't need it.
Same with cabbage.
I like cabbage.
Well, it's literally part of the recipe.
Doesn't have to be.
The Italian Runza
But
doesn't
it
have
is.
cabbage.
But what if they wouldn't have made it with that originally and they put mayonnaise in it instead? You'd have to be like, well, it's part of the recipe. I guess I have to have my mayonnaise Runza.
No, I wouldn't eat it because why am I putting slime on this thing?
That's how I feel about cabbage. See? Handshake meme. We're the same person.
No, we're not. Not even close.
Our
I like my neighbors and don't think they're out to get me.
J-Man says Josh has the sight of kids with his chili and cinnamon rolls. Okay. What is happening? What's going on here? Come on. There were no children.
Our families have the same seats for the last 30 years.
Is that your Ryan in Utah voice again?
Wow.
Cats Are Funny says Travis Hunter said Nebraska is the toughest place he played. To be fair to Travis Hunter, though, I mean, he didn't play anywhere
else.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah. He played in FCS.
He played against Kansas in Arrowhead Stadium. Guess what? They weren't playing the damn Chiefs.
No, you know what? I guess they did play at Oregon in 2023. I figure that would have been a tougher one. Though, I mean, the Nebraska crowd was out for blood that night. That is the best Nebraska crowd in a generation, probably.
But again, it's not based on it's not
how
based on
good
what
were you
Travis
against
Hunter
Colorado?
said. It's based on how you've done over the last several years.
Yeah, so I understand. But you know what? To answer the question, honestly, Nebraska starts winning football games and they start having a home field advantage. They'll climb on the list. They very much will.
Sure.
They used to have on the video game. They used to have a really tough home field advantage, but that's because they were winning back.
I saw somewhere where I can't remember if it's the college version or the pro version where the more the crowd gets riled up, the
Mike Riley.
in the video game it will blur out the play clock.
Yeah, that's
fun
as a way to make it tougher.
So I remember when I played, the camera would start shaking.
In CFB 25, they mess up the routes.
Yes, the wide receivers don't know what they're doing anymore.
Yeah,
well, that just means you got dumb wide receivers.
Yeah, that's true. The crowd shouldn't make you run a post instead of an out route. I know what a post is. Do you know?
Maybe that's what Travis Hunter was saying. The Nebraska crowd made me dumber. I forgot to cover that guy.
Why didn't I run the
forgot
post?
to tackle that guy.
I would like one.
That definitely happened to
Valentino's pizza,
Shiloh.
please.
It made Shiloh break his arm.
Yeah, he just stood there while he got run over.
Hey, I think I'm just going to stand here. Snap. Ow.
Wow. Snap. Oh, holy.
Trust me, I speak from experience.
Yeah.
Oh, because of the snap.
Yeah. You'll find this funny. We're going to get to super hot takes here in a little bit. The Mets have a new relief pitcher.
Eric Gagne?
No.
Oh.
His name is Richard Lovelady.
Oh, I know this story.
And he has requested that he goes by his nickname, Dickie. Dickie Lovelady.
Interesting.
The new relief pitcher for your New York Metropolitans, losers of 9 out of their last 10.
When I saw that, the very first thought I had is this seems like a 70s baseball name.
It does.
It's got that vibe to it.
It does.
He has a big mustache.
Oh, I don't know.
I mean, we did have a 70s baseball
I'm saying
player.
in the 70s.
Was 70s or 80s? Rusty Kuntz? He was a baseball player.
Yeah,
of course he was.
He was.
Yep.
Yeah. And now you have Dickie Lovelady.
Mm-hmm.
Exciting. Is he any good?
I don't know. We'll find out.
I guess we will.
I think we will find out.
Mm-hmm.
If he's not, they'll be calling him Richard very soon. They'll be dropping the Y off of Dickie.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Coming up in the super hot take market. What hot takes will we have? And we have the Bigelow topic, and we have Steve Sipple. It's all still to come.
I think one of my hot takes is going to trigger you.
Yeah, that's
Well, he's so not easily triggered, though. Are you sure?
Find out next on 1620 The Zone. the Super Hot Take Market. We shop anywhere, any place, anytime.
Shopping.
Today I am shopping in the specialty section that has to do with entrances. We need to stop with the overproduction of sporting team entrances. They're getting a little too complicated and unnecessary.
What happened? Is this about the baseball?
Well, the College World Series
and the fire
using the flame
on
shooters
100-degree days.
Yes.
Okay.
We don't really need to waste all of this time with all this. Waste this time and money. You know, sometimes it's just cool when you're introduced and you come running out of the dugout with the super under your name. That's kind of cool. It's a baseball thing.
Baseball.
We don't, anyway, it's kind of funny because once upon a time, the NFL used to get real complicated with its entrances. And then that one Patriots team who freaking cheated to win the Super Bowl said, nope, we're all going to come out as one team. And now what do they do in the NFL? They all come out as one team.
Which you should like, right?
Now they do hire, celebrities to do some big ass produced video. And I guess that's fine. But I'm talking about
I'm a bandwagon Eagles
I'm talking
fan.
about the on the field stuff. We don't need to bring out the gimmicks and stuff. This isn't the WWE.
To be fair, I think you're only talking about the College World Series. I don't think this happens in a whole lot of other sports.
Well, yeah, in the NBA, they don't even bother with it because they don't even bother to give you the lineups.
Exactly.
Because they're too busy yelling Stephen A. Smith in your face. Ugh. But, yeah, we just need to calm down with the overproduction of the entrances.
Okay.
Let's keep it simple. Just a simple introduction with the fans going, wow, is cool.
Hot take, I believe. The part of the sports calendar that we are now entered into isn't as bad as the sports calendar after the Super Bowl. You know, I've seen a lot of, oh man, there's nothing on TV anymore. Hockey's done. Baseball, the college version's done. Basketball's done. Yeah, but you know what? At least it's summer. After the NFL ends, February is doo-doo, baby.
What are you talking about? It's a stretch drive of college basketball.
Doo-doo, baby. We have the NBA All-Star break.
Well,
we have the stretch drive to basketball. No way in hell. I'd much rather enter
into Daytona 500.
See, you're just describing horrible things. It's dark outside. It's cold outside. It's windy outside. Now, though, we're just looking ahead. You can see it. You get the binoculars out. And you can see what's to come, and you're just getting so happy.
Yeah,
I love this time of year.
Pack of kids on their bikes with fishing poles wanting to say hello to you.
I love this time of year.
While their parents are armed in the background, ready to gun you down.
This is a great time of year.
It is a great time of year. It's an awesome time of year. We ought to just
better than February.
We ought to just freeze the calendar right here and just leave it here for a few months.
I do like the late sunset, John. It's so nice. It is very nice. It is nice.
Nick, are you shopping today? You're not shopping today. You don't know. Do you usually shop?
No, you guys don't let me shop.
Nick's going back to Reddit. I got another one for you, John.
I've got one too, but go ahead.
Hot take I can be talked into. This is an NBA related one. We will have another new champ in 2026. And by that, I do not mean it will be another first timer. What I'm saying is this stretch that we are in since 2019, it will be another team that has not won a title in that stretch. So if you don't remember, because you're not a freakazoid like I am, the Raptors, Lakers, Bucks, Warriors, Nuggets, Celtics, and now Thunder have all won these championships. No repeats at all. No team double dipping at all. So that means those teams would be eliminated. I think next year I feel very comfortable in saying of the teams that are on that list, the Raptors, the Bucks, the Celtics will not make it to the NBA Finals. So the Eastern team will be new at the very least, in my opinion. It could be the Knicks. It could be the Magic for some reason. On the other side, like why I could only be talked into it is the Thunder are still going to be really good. But Minnesota's been close. They've made the Western Finals the last 2 years. The Rockets just made some moves, even though I don't think that it'll mean enough. And don't forget about the Spurs with Victor Wembanyama coming back from his injury. You could definitely talk me into this take that we'll have another parity champ, I guess is what we could call it in the NBA.
Hot take.
Uh-oh.
In addition to allegedly sleeping around to get to the top.
What are we talking about? Is you? John, is this a story about yourself?
No.
I knew it.
Remember Joy Taylor?
Yes.
Yeah. Remember the stories that came out last
What's your hot take about Joy Taylor?
Well,
you don't even watch her show.
No, she went on a podcast recently.
Talk Tua?
I love podcasts.
She went on a podcast recently and claimed that the reason why we're talking about Caitlin Clark today is because of what Angel Reese did with the can't see me celebration.
All the way back in the national championship game 3 years ago?
Yes.
That's why we're talking about Caitlin
She
Clark?
said, it's crazy to me. Every time I bring this up, they're like, Angel's not better. We wouldn't have been talking about her anyway. No, the bleep you wouldn't. No, you bleeping wouldn't. And the reason you wouldn't is I do this every GD day.
Wow.
We're not sure what you do every GD day, but I know what we talk about on my show. We're not doing WNBA for 15 minutes until that happened.
Yeah, exactly.
We were talking about Caitlin Clark long before we even knew who Angel Reese was.
John, is this hot take market or is this soapbox market again?
It's the same thing. It's the hot take. The hot take is her hot take is hot garbage.
That's not a hot take.
not
You're
hot take
right.
at all.
She had a stupid take.
Or was it an opinion?
No, that's a stupid take.
It's a stupid take.
Yeah, very stupid take.
It's a stupid take.
Yeah.
I mean, it did help. It helped the story. It's created this rivalry, which is a weird rivalry. It's like if Joe Montana were in a rivalry with a backup punter.
Okay, I wouldn't say that. She beat her in the national
She didn't
championship.
beat her.
Her team
LSU
beat-
won.
So same thing, John. You could say the same
She's
thing.
not a good player. Come on.
Okay, that's stupid.
She's not.
You first of all, you don't watch the WNBA.
I watch it enough to know she's.
You
not a
don't
good
think
player.
she's a good player? That's a silly opinion to have. That's a hot take. That's a bad hot take. You can say she's overrated, but that doesn't mean that she's bad.
I didn't say bad. I just said not good.
She's definitely good. Old man Doug says, "Am I on crack?" I don't know what that's about. What did I say that would be crack related?
I think he's just asking because Mr. Banks does the weed, and that's a gateway drug.
That's a gateway drug.
Are you buying crack from Mr. Banks?
No, I would never.
Is
it because of the weather
Bank-
thing?
Is Banks selling?
If he is, he's not sharing, and he's lazy
That
because
can
all he
help
does
your
is
wrists, John.
all he does is lay. Oh, you should get some medicinal. Oh, we don't have that yet, do we, in Nebraska?
That's
sad.
We might not, just in general.
Isn't that amazing that you
That's
can
not-
vote for something and they just say no?
Yeah.
That doesn't seem like it should be
it was
the
like
case.
that with the gambling too. It took
Yeah,
forever to
John,
get the gambling
and
going.
I'm not gonna say that that's right.
It's like we voted for something. They're like these NFL owners are like, we
Listen,
have good language.
If your medical dope can make my hand work like it used to, then I'm all for
It
it.
won't do
But-
that. It'll just you'll feel better.
Yeah.
No, I won't. I
You
don't
don't know
feel bad now. The only reason I feel bad is because I can't use this hand.
When you were at the hospital, weren't they pumping you full of stuff?
Pump boy.
They pumped you full of something when you first got there.
Yeah, you were pumped up.
You were loopy. I've seen the video. You kept saying weird things.
Okay, you don't use medical
Angel
marijuana.
Reese is good. I was like, he is high as a kite right now.
Well,
Josh,
yeah,
I
because
respect
no one with any sober in them is saying that.
Nice.
No, marijuana is not a drug that's going to put you under.
It could help you feel better, though. You don't know. Don't knock it till you try it, John.
Well,
I want you to go to one of the
don't-
Delta 9 places in Omaha and say, could I have
So
a
why
weed?
y'all complaining about this not being legal?
'Cause
We
we're-
got it already.
If we vote for it, you should get what you vote for.
Well,
Yeah.
are we getting that now?
No, it's some. I don't know the difference, John, but it's not the stuff.
It's like weird loophole stuff.
So strange.
It all works pretty much.
It's the
same.
weirdest law.
You know, you
It
would
is a
think
weird
you
law.
would think it works pretty much the same.
Does it?
You would think it works pretty much the same.
Does it?
Nick, are you speaking from experience?
You would think
Interesting.
It would work that
That
way.
it would work the
Allegedly,
same.
you would
Okay.
think it works the same.
Well, coming up next, do you think we will have more teams who are ranked number one this year than we had last year?
I don't actually know how many teams
Well,
were ranked
you're
number
gonna
one.
find out.
Okay,
How
excellent.
many different teams this year in the regular season, just the regular season,
Yeah,
will this be? Will we see in 2025?
it's a great question.
And only someone smart can come up with it.
Damn it! It was John.
Here we go. 1620 the zone.
I don't know how far he went, so I'm just going to back out of it without saying anything that would ruin our relationship.
Everything's football brand, though. We're sitting here in Omaha, Nebraska, talking about college basketball. And there are people employed by your radio station that have been itching to talk about spring practice the last 2 weeks because they think that that's relevant and that's what needs to be talked about in the month of March. Dude, it's football season. It's March. Crimea River. Like, yeah, it's a football conference. Yeah, it's football. They care. Football. Give me all the Kool-Aid for sure. My apologies.
I bet you were a huge fan of this score bug.
No, it's boring as hell.
It doesn't have 3 dimensions.
It doesn't. It's so flat.
Josh wants to be able to wear the 3D goggles of the score.
I'm so
Bugs out at it.
I like the old NBC Sunday Night Football one, man. This flat look that we have to every graphic the last year sucks.
No, I mean, this is like a 7-year-old game, so it is. This is like 5 score bug generations ago for Fox.
I don't like it. It's bad.
And now we got the big letters.
Yeah.
Remember the big letters from
for the Super Bowl? A game I'd like to forget every day of my entire
See,
life.
I do wish they had more distinction between the Vikings box and the Rams box because it's just a dark color next to a dark color.
Well, I mean, if they were playing a red team, then it'd be a little bit more defined.
Yeah, no, I get that, but like put like a white line, like white boxes around the other outlines.
I love it. We're breaking down a score bug that no
That's
longer
long
exists.
gone. That is not our Bigelow topic of the day.
It could be.
Yep, that's it. It's all done, folks. Nope.
Top 3 score bugs.
This question is actually inspired from a basketball question I saw asked today on Twitter, and that is, how many different number 1 ranked teams will there be in college basketball? And I said, that's an interesting question to ask about football.
Because in basketball last year, there were a lot. And you know what the number is for football. So I don't know how many number 1. This is AP number 1 teams that we're going off of.
And this is just in the regular season.
Yes.
Just in the regular season.
Yeah. So last year, Georgia was the number 1 team to start the year, were they not?
Yes.
And they lost in September against Alabama. And so then off to the races we went on a variety of number 1 teams. No, but then Oregon was so good. And they were undefeated. I'm going to guess we had 3 number 1 teams last year.
You will be off by 1.
Was it 4 or 2?
It was 4.
So it was Oregon, Georgia,
Texas, Alabama, Oregon.
Well, that's right. Alabama was number 1 after they beat Georgia, and then they lost. And so the question is, how many will there be in 2025?
And by the way, that number
that's a low number, right? Or is that a high number?
That's the most since 2012.
Holy crap.
That is the most since 2012. 2012, USC, Bama, Oregon, and Notre Dame were all number 1 during the regular season.
So the first question you got to start with is who's going to be number 1 in the preseason, because then you either figure out if they'll lose, and if so, when will they lose? And they will lose, probably. We're not going to have an undefeated team. I think the preseason number 1 team is going to be Texas.
Okay.
And I think they could lose week 1, and thus we would then have a new number 1 team the very next week, because they're at Ohio State playing in the Horseshoe.
Yes.
So I decided to say a number of 4 because of that. Because, and so here's a couple of candidates for you. I think the winner of that game will be number 1, at the very least for a week. But I was like, you know what? I bet Ohio State wins. Their schedule after that's very, very manageable. But then it gets a little tougher late in the year. Clemson was the team that I looked at. A lot of people like Clemson. And John, if you like Clemson, their schedule is very manageable. After LSU early, they have a lot of games that they could win before things get a little tougher in the back half of the schedule. So they were candidate. And then the usual candidates, a Penn State, of course, and Oregon, of course. Any of the SEC teams like the Georgias.
I think the catch here is going to be if we get a team that settles in and has an easier schedule. And I have a feeling if Penn State gets to that spot, that it'll be like cruise control, and they'll be there for the rest of the season, right? Because Penn State's back half of their schedule kind of
so they have Oregon
manageable,
cakey. They have Oregon in September, and they have Ohio State on November 1st.
Okay, so there's 1.
Yeah. So that they would, if they got it early, they'd be good. The issue is that I think that there are so many big games in other parts of the country early on. Clemson, LSU, that's going to be a data point. We already mentioned Ohio State, Texas. That's going to be a data point. Georgia plays Alabama in September. That is going to be another data point. And so like those games, I think the winners of them all are going to have a claim to be number one, and then you see what happens kind of around them. But I think you're right. We're on the same wavelength. We're looking for a team that has a schedule where they can go get off to a nice little runway, and they're hanging out at number one for multiple weeks without really being challenged. But they also have to have an important win in their back pocket. You can't just be undefeated. You're going to have a nice win in the early part of the schedule. So, yeah, I wrote 4, and that's wild that is.
And that's a high mark. That's why I think it's probably going to – I just have a feeling a team –
It's going to be smaller than that? It's going to be 3?
I think 3.
3?
I think 3, which is still, for recent memory, a higher number.
Yeah, I mean, it comes down to, some of these schedules, the luck of the draw, and how tough this – Georgia's schedule, the SEC schedules are just the same thing. They're flipped. So that means Georgia's schedule, which was brutal last year, is again brutal. They have Ole Miss on the schedule. They have Alabama on the schedule. They have Texas on the schedule. They have all these teams on the schedule. You can say the same thing for a variety of SEC teams. The Big Ten isn't doing it that way. They're not doing home and home.
Now, if Texas gets past Ohio State, remember last year Texas's schedule was very manageable.
If Texas gets past Ohio State, then yes, they are a team.
Then they could run the table and stay there until the playoff.
Yeah. If they're an undefeated type team, because after Ohio State, they have Florida on October 4th. They have the Red River Shootout on the 11th. And then, John, they don't have Georgia until November 15th.
I think I'm going to bump it down. I'm going to go 2.
2? So that means you think Texas is going to beat Ohio State. If you think Texas is going to beat Ohio State, they will definitely be the number 1 team.
Yeah.
In my opinion, the number 1 team in the country for the preseason is whatever. The number 1 team going into week 2 is the winner of that game. And in my opinion, rightfully so. There's no other week 1 game that is that big.
No,
the closest is Clemson and LSU, but LSU's not going to be ranked as high as those 2 teams are. I guess the only way I could be wrong is if somebody else is number 1 in the preseason and the voters just decide not to react as strongly as I think they will or should. I think the winner of that game deserves to be number 1. Not knowing anything else about the rest of the teams in the country, especially if Texas goes into the shoe and wins in a road environment, I think they deserve to be number 1. And I think if Ohio State wins, they deserve to be number 1. Shane asks, how many number 1 changes were there in 2007? I don't have that in front of me, but I know it was a lot. LSU was number 1 multiple times. I believe Ohio State was number 1 at least once. The crazier thing about 07 is that number 2 was actually the more cursed spot, where you had like weird teams like Boston College and South Florida, Missouri, and others. Those teams climbed up to number 2.
Okay, 2007, USC.
In the preseason?
Yes.
Okay, so what's 1?
And they held on to it until week 5.
Because they lost to Oregon State.
Or LSU.
Okay.
They held on to it for 2 weeks. Then Ohio State.
Okay.
And then Ohio State held on to it for 3 weeks, then back to LSU.
Okay, so is that a 4th team or is that 3 teams still? How would you describe that? That's
Well,
just the third. It's the third team.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
It's a second time.
Yeah.
But then they lost it again because they lost to Arkansas. Though I guess that was like the last game of
And
the
then
season.
Missouri.
Missouri had it, so that's 4.
And then it went back to Ohio State after
going
the
into the bowl games
after the conference championship. So there was 4, right?
4, yeah.
Ohio State, Missouri, LSU, and USC.
Interesting.
Since 2014, how many different schools have been number 1 in the country?
Since what year?
Since
2014?
2014, how many different schools have been number 1 in the regular season?
8.
It's 9. Name them.
Since what year? 14?
Since 2014.
Okay. Georgia.
Alabama.
LSU. Is that it in the SEC? I'm trying to think if I'm missing anybody in the SEC. Let me go to other conferences first. Michigan, Ohio State. Wait.
Ohio State, yes.
But Michigan never
no.
did. So we're at 4, and I need 5 more teams since 14. Oh, man. Florida State.
There's
because
one.
they were
There's
undefeated. One. Clemson.
There's one.
I need 3 more teams. Oregon.
There's another one.
2 more teams. I don't think there's any other West Coast schools. Texas. Did I mention Texas?
There's none.
I'm missing 1 team.
You're missing 1 team. And if you don't get this right, how can anyone call you Mr. Football?
Is it?
Only a damn fool ringing a cowbell would call you Mr.
I was going
Football.
to say it's Mississippi State. isn't it?
Mississippi State.
I was going to say it was one of the Mississippi schools because of 2014.
Correct.
Nick, in the first ever college football rankings, there were 3 SEC schools in the top 4. And if I remember right, 2 of them were from Mississippi.
It was Mississippi State, then Ole Miss.
Yeah.
You not knowing that right away, I think we need to start calling you Mr. Fartball.
No. Nobody should call me that.
Mr.
Nick.
Fartball, get on the Canva, Nick.
No.
Get on the Canva, Mr. Fartball.
Damn it.
Yeah, Mississippi State.
Interesting.
It
Dak
is-
Prescott. Dak. When he wasn't so sweaty all the time during big games.
Yeah, when he used
Sweaty
to, when he used to win.
God, I miss that. Hey, when he plays full seasons, the Cowboys they are a playoff contender.
And then how do they do?
Well, yes, but they're a contender.
But then how do they do?
They do bad. Man.
I mean, technically, Nebraska's a Big Ten football contender every year.
And then they play. Yeah, I guess that's true.
And then the big game is kicked off.
Mhm.
Steve Sipple's coming up next. Got to remind you that the Mega Deals Week got a different half-off deal every day, and today it's the Backlot Tap House, located in Exarban Village next to Exarban Cinema. You get 2 $25 vouchers to Backlot Tap House for just $25. That's a $50 value for just $25. They got the signature deep dish Detroit-style square pizza. Great chance of hooking up with your friends, having some great local draft beers, playing games, and doing more at the Backlot Tap House. 2 $25 vouchers for only $25. Get them right now at 1620thezone.com. Sip is next.
be nice to have a boat. Throw. It would be nice to have a boat. Throw. It would be nice to have a boat. Throw. It would be nice to have a boat. Throw. It would be nice to have a boat. Throw. It would be nice to have a boat. Throw. It would be nice to have a boat. Throw. It would be nice to have a boat. Throw from your mom.
Sipple the snowflake is one old triggered soul with reading glasses sitting on his nose and takes that really blow. Sipple the snowflake deserves a mouthpiece to the face. He says LeBron's the GOAT and Steph will choke. Then he runs to his safe space. Hey, we gotta be careful here, he tells us when we speak. But when 10 games air in a day, he thinks that's too many. Oh, Sipple the snowflake says words like mature. He's a blogger now and an honor too, and also really old.
Man, it's been a long time since I talked to my friend Steve Sipple.
Too long, some
like
would
3
say.
weeks. Wow. Sip, what's up?
Hey, good job on the CWS.
He did do a really good
I
job, didn't he?
appreciate
He
that.
got to call a no-hitter.
That was awesome. That was fun.
I listened to a lot of it.
Thank you.
You know, and others, but Happer. God bless Happer.
Yeah.
So yeah, it was enjoyable. I appreciate it.
I appreciate you appreciating it.
Yeah, we appreciate you, Sip.
Thank you, Josh.
That was especially true yesterday when Josh was reading that great story you wrote about
No, it's
Mark
today.
Manning.
Yeah, Sip, I will
Oh.
say, I appreciate you, but waking up and doing my Tuesday usuals and seeing that you wrote about wrestling, I couldn't have been sadder.
Josh.
Now, I did give it a click, and I scrolled to the bottom to see if you wrote about football.
All he did was do a control F and look football.
I scrolled to the bottom. He had a couple things about the new commitments in there. So I read those.
okay.
I read that paragraph. That was a great paragraph.
I just threw that in so I could put the football tag on it.
Awesome. Well, I read that part.
Smart. Sip's getting it. He's getting
He knows how the internet works.
Exactly. He knows where to put the tags.
Hey, hold on a second. Just 1 second. I gotta make sure my dog's okay. He's fine.
Good.
Okay. So now, yeah, it's been a while. When's the last time I was on with you, Bob?
Well, we didn't talk to you last week. The
Probably
week
2 weeks
before,
ago.
I would have talked to you,
Yeah,
but
2 weeks
John
ago.
was gone. Yeah, so it's
Yeah.
been yeah.
It has been a while.
It was early June at that point in time, and now Sip, it's almost July, which means it's almost football season.
I know. Me and Josh think alike on this matter.
Oh yeah.
And I've been thinking about that. Like we're almost there. I mean, we're
oh god.
Like
Okay.
we're so
Both
we're
y'all
right on the
settle
cusp.
down. Jeez.
I say July 1 is when you can just start writing football like it's the season is upon us.
What are you talking about? You've been
Excellent.
doing this all the time anyway.
No, he wrote about wrestling
I know.
today.
Oh, that's right. You
I
did
know,
write
but
about
I
wrestling.
feel some degree of guilt. Now I don't do it with any guilt.
Good.
Yeah.
That's how I roll too.
We know.
I've been cooking up something in my lab that we'll have for the show a little bit later on, probably in July. It's probably a July topic. Oh, now he's in the car.
What takes?
Dude, I'm putting numbers in. I got a spreadsheet and everything.
Oh my god.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Spreadsheet.
Yeah. Well, I use Google Sheets. It's actually, I find it more enjoyable to use. So I've been using Google Sheets. But I got some stuff cooking. I'm excited for it.
All right.
Yeah. Yeah. So
I
we'll
like
have that.
I like it, Josh. I look forward to this.
Yeah, should
Good
be a
job.
good time. Hey, speaking of this time of year, of course, it's time for various lists to come out.
Oh dear.
I'm doing a
God.
countdown of the 70 worst losses of the last decade. Other people just, rank important players. You guys are doing the top 40 on Husker Online. I wanted to ask you this. When you sat down to do it, you probably have an idea in your head. You write a player in and you're like, yeah, that doesn't surprise me. But when you get to the end of it, because you had to turn in your whole top 40 and maybe you even had some players that missed the cut. What did you learn about the roster that maybe kind of took you aback or surprised you a little bit once you got done with the exercise?
Nothing. I contemplate the roster throughout the year. So
I guess that's
don't-
true.
Nothing really. No, I mean it's not like I understand the question. I respect it. But
It was a bad question, though, it seems.
No, it's not. Around here, you know how it is. You contemplate the roster all the time. I have that scholarship distribution chart that Sean whipped up. I have it on my screen all the time.
Yeah.
And I'm constantly referring to it. So no, not really. I mean, what the challenging thing about that exercise is, and I did it again. I do it every time I do something like that, and it's not just Husker Online. We used to do this stuff at the Journal Star, and I told Sean it was terrible. I was terrible at it then. I'm terrible at it now because I'll inevitably forget people. I have the chart. Like, I should have probably, I don't know, Mosey, Isaiah Mosey,
the receiver,
probably belongs in the top 40. I told Sean, everybody had him in the top 40, but when I say everybody on our staff, it's just they're just getting info from Sean a lot of the time, and Sean believes that Mosey will play because Holgerson has said he'll play. I think you might see Mosey play some running back, by the way. I think I probably should have had him in the top 40. I don't really beat myself up over it too much because he hasn't played. I tend to favor guys who have played over guys who haven't.
Yeah.
You know, I tend to favor guys like a Jones, a Donovan Jones is a good example. He played. You know, he was a contributor. He has experience under his belt. So as a lower guy, a guy between 30 and 40, I'd be more apt to put him on than Mosey. Not that it was straight up. It wasn't straight up. It wasn't a straight up choice to do that, but that's an example.
So let me ask you about Quentin Ives then, because when the list, I think you guys started it yesterday, right? It was 40 to 36. You personally had Quentin Ives at 37. He's a guy who obviously doesn't have a whole lot of playing time just yet, but I know people are high on him. Are you do you have him at 37 based more off of he has to be the guy because he is the second running back kind of unequivocally, or do you have him there for a different reason?
Oh, that's interesting you asked, because I thought where you were going to go is he's the second running back. Why do you only have him at 37? That's where I thought you were going. I don't know. I think Ives is one. If I look when I'm second guessing, I wish I would have put him a little higher. Okay, but then again, in the spirit of what we established earlier, contemplating the roster, hearing things throughout the months and weeks, which I do and you do. And now what I hear is Mekhi Nelson will get a lot of reps, game reps. So that kind of speaks to maybe Ives maybe being in a good spot at 37. I think that Mekhi Nelson is having a good off season, and you do have good off seasons now. I know people don't think of it that way. I didn't start thinking of it that. When I say this, I mean like June. I didn't start thinking of it that way till a couple of years ago. Then I realized the extent of June because we were doing these player interviews during that month for various reasons. But and then it really hit me, like these guys are coming from workouts and they're talking about their workouts. They're talking about being on the field. And then one day I was over there and they shooed me out of the Hawks Championship Center because they're practicing, it was like August, So, long story short, Ives belongs in the top 40, somewhere between 25 and 40. I wonder. I would watch Mekhi Nelson pretty closely come August.
Steve Sipple joining us from HuskerOnline.com. This may seem like a silly question because obviously one is a 4-star, the other is a 3-star. But given what kind of running back it appears that Rule is, which recruit from yesterday excites you more?
Well, that's a good question. In fact, I was thinking about it in those terms last night. And I've talked to Munson O'Brien, Munson a lot. It's a good question. I will say this, though. After watching the video of Rule, I'd say Odom. I'm more excited about Odom.
Okay.
Not that the, and I watched a lot of carries that Rule had. Not that he is unimpressive, but he doesn't blow your doors off. And some of it is the nature of his huddle film's really interesting. They just show some pretty routine or a lot of routine inside runs.
Yeah.
Which I really like that they do that. It's not just a kid that's more athletic than everybody running to the line of scrimmage, bouncing it out, and then outrunning everybody. You see that so often. It's hard to judge running back sometimes. Or sometimes you just see a guy that's playing against an undermanned defense, runs through one guy, and then just sprints to the end zone. It's not that. There's good competition in Charlotte. I want to be clear. I like the way he runs. He's a good one-cut runner. He's a good outside zone guy because of that. He's a good inside zone guy. But he doesn't blow your doors off with his size and explosion. Brian wrote that he's quick to the edge. Kind of quick, I'd say. I like him. I think he's going to play here. They wouldn't have brought him in. But I'd say getting a corner the size of Odom. Odom's like a suction cup on a receiver. He's not like, they Brownell dropped off, that kid from, I think it was Winter Park, Florida, or Winter Green, wherever the hell it was. He dropped out. Now he's a little flashier, faster, but this guy, Odom, is probably a little more physical, not as just straight line fast, but he's football fast. And like I say, he's like a suction cup. He's all over guys. So I'd say I'm more excited about the corner.
Sip, do you view recruiting in a different light now versus like a decade ago, given the portal and the impact that can have on roster building? I wonder how you take in a month like this compared to how you would take in a month like this a decade ago.
I'm not even close to the same anymore. I just don't think you can. Not even close to the same as 4 years ago. Because the rev share number and the way you have to spread money, so you're just looking at it a lot different now. You have to pay guys, and you got to decide who you're bringing in based on a salary cap. So one thing they're doing that does make sense to me is you notice they're recruiting a lot of offensive linemen, and two in the class right now, and then with designs on another one here quickly, and that makes sense, right? That part makes sense because those are guys you bring in as freshmen, and you don't expect them to play. Those developmental guys that you bring in as freshmen, traditional recruiting, just like we've always followed. Then the other positions, it gets a little weird to me. It's like a formula that only the general manager over there knows. It would be really an interesting exercise if you could talk to the general manager and see exactly how they want to go about this. I don't think you'd get an answer, but it'd be really interesting to do that.
Yesterday here on the GRUM, Michael Severe, when we were talking about the upsets that Nebraska would need to get, and there's really going to be maybe 3 opportunities for upsets, right? Michigan, Penn State, USC. He thinks, based on the freshman quarterback and the placement on the schedule, that the Michigan game is a more gettable, winnable game than the USC game. Would you agree with that?
Yeah. I think he could be onto something there because of, Sherrone Moore's not even going to be there,
Right.
That's a major factor. Don't let anybody tell you it's not. I don't care if it's a good head coach, a bad head coach, or an in-between head coach. The head coach not being there matters. He's not going to be there. And I don't even think he's be involved in the practice that week.
Yeah, I believe he's supposed to be out.
Correct. This is not like when Harbaugh got suspended where he could coach him during the week.
Yeah.
Correct.
Right. So that's a monster factor. The quarterback situation is a monster factor. And the other factor I always consider in that game is that when you read these preseason reports about Michigan, they don't feel you might, I don't know, again, careful what you read, careful who you listen to, and all that. But it doesn't sound to me like they're going to be a little bit different offensively. And they're not going to be able to ram a Blake Corum at you and get 4 to 6 yards pretty much at will, like they did in Ann Arbor a few years ago. They don't feel like they have that. I think they're going to be a little bit more wideout oriented, and that doesn't scare you. Michigan scares me when they have a big ornery offensive line and a all Big Ten caliber. Of course, I mean, it scares you more when they have that. They don't have that. They're not. I don't think they're equipped like that right now. So yeah, that game definitely is eminently gettable. I mean, it should not look anything like the last time they were here.
God, I would hope not.
That was bad.
No, it did not.
Because that was that was a talent deficit beyond belief.
Well, yeah, but also Nebraska failed to show. For that
Yes,
game.
yes.
So it shouldn't look anything like that. Except now, the thing you do wonder a little bit about is it's still Michigan, so when they trot out there. I say this about most Big Ten teams, but some are really stark. When they trot out of the tunnel, it's going to look impressive. They're really impressive still. Probably not like they did, not the last time around. I don't have a great handle on USC. I don't. I saw them. I watched them last year. I watched them 3 times last year, but I don't know exactly what they have right now.
So I was going to ask you if there's a team on the schedule that you think people are overlooking right now, but I'm guessing you probably don't have the best of vibes on the rest of the schedule so far, right?
Well, yes and no. I mean, I just go with the stock answer. Cincinnati concerns me greatly because of Satterfield's pass, Scott Satterfield's pass, which is he's going to run it. They're going to really test that vulnerability of Nebraska's, is my guess, and they're going to test it. They're going to test it in a formidable way. I think they have enough up front that they can. And again, when you have a head coach, just look at Satterfield's pass and tell me I'm wrong. He'll try to run. And I think it's a great game. It'll be an easy column for you, Josh, the writer, because of what I'm telling you. All you got to do is lock in on how. My assumption is Cincinnati's going to really try to test with its run game. If I'm right, that'll be gigantic. It'll be a big night to see what this season's going to look like.
Steve Sipple.
Wow, football. This is a great conversation.
God, it is. I love it.
Isn't it amazing, man? Like this is.
It's June 24th.
Yeah, and it's amazing.
There's a lot of baseball. There's a lot of baseball on tonight.
We're not talking about that with Sipple. What's up, Sip?
You know that game to watch is Cincinnati just hired their special teams coordinator in May. I think they had just hired him in May. He didn't have a spring with them. I think that could be a major factor.
Interesting.
I mean, in part because Eckler's confidence is so overwhelming that I think.
That ain't no lie. Oh my God, is he confident? Very confident. I think the better chances are that because they're on East Coast time and this game will be kicking off at 9:00 their time, that Cincinnati will sleep, but be sleeping by halftime, and then Nebraska will just walk all over them in the second half.
John and I will be sleeping at halftime.
I want to be. 8:00, man. Come on.
And we still got to do a post-game show that night, Sip. We'll be up till 2, 3, 4 o'clock in the morning.
What? You're not going to be traveling? I'm going to be traveling.
No, I'll be traveling on Friday. I'll be traveling on Fridays where I'll be traveling.
Well, then you can read all the texts that you want. I'll just sleep in the back corner.
Nah, you'll be on the air. All of us are going to be down there, Sip. It's going to be a great time.
I hate to say this. I hate to bring this up now, but it was brought up.
Uh-oh.
I had a dream last night.
Oh.
And we were doing the post-game show.
After a loss?
After a loss.
Wow.
And then it went into because all my dreams make no sense. I mean, it literally went from that to like I was eating spaghetti. I don't know. It was just like,
wow.
Just none of my dreams. The only dreams that I have that stay in sequential, somewhat logical order are the really bad ones.
Mm.
You know, like, I'm being eaten by a shark or something.
Nice.
But like the weird ones like this, it like bounces.
Nebraska loses and John gets spaghetti.
Sip, you saw Sopranos. Did you see Sopranos, Sip?
There's no way.
Were you a Sopranos guy, Sip?
Yes, of course I was.
All those those dream sequences with Tony, it was like that.
Yeah.
Where it just bounces from one moment he's riding a horse through his living room, the next moment he's running away from a mob of people. I mean, it's just weird. That's how my dreams work.
Interesting.
And then you're eating spaghetti.
And then I'm eating spaghetti.
Well, if Nebraska loses, the responses that you will get will be pretty funny because it'll be a lot of spaghetti talk.
Yeah, a lot of spaghetti talk.
Uh-huh.
You know what? If Nebraska loses to Cincinnati, we're going to have to order out for some fazoli's or something.
Perfect.
Just have some spaghetti because we'll need it.
It's a great idea.
It'll be the carbs. It'll keep us awake. As we're fielding calls. And yes, Josh, we're taking calls.
I can't wait.
Until 2 a.m. in Kansas City.
Oh, man, I can't wait.
All right. We'll handle it.
Yep, we'll be great. Bye, Sip.
All right, see you guys.
Steve Sipple of Husker Online.
I love phone calls, and I love Big Red Overreaction.
You do not. You
Yes, I
hate
do.
phone calls. You want to read everything.
I can't wait to chat with my pals, John and Happer, if he's not sick, and Gary and Matt, with Josh Otson there. If you work at the Zone and you're not there, you must be a huge loser. Or Jimmy, which is okay that Jimmy
I'm
can't
guessing
make it.
Gary and Matt will have to be getting ready for their show the next morning.
Yeah, but
It's
they're
very early.
The whole bit was that all of us were doing the show.
Well, I
Did
know.
you pay attention? Did you not pay attention during that meeting we had? Did you go to sleep during that?
No, I didn't go to sleep.
I was listening to our
I
boss,
didn't go to
Steve.
sleep, but they got a show the next morning.
Yeah, but they got to do the post-game show that night. Those were the rules.
I don't think it was about the pregame show. Everyone's doing that.
Oh, I thought everybody's doing everything.
I would allow our colleagues in the morning a little
get some
little,
sleep.
little breaky break.
Yeah.
They don't need to be staying up until 3 a.m. fielding angry callers from Husker fans while I'm eating spaghetti.
Sounds good to me. By the way,
with meatballs.
Severe says if it's a loss to Cincinnati, it wouldn't be spaghetti. It'd be Skyline chili. Should we get you some Skyline?
I don't think they have a Skyline in Kansas City.
They have buildings.
They don't have a Skyline chili.
Get it, Nick?
Jeez. You're getting to be like Nick, telling all his bad dad jokes.
I was talking to a guy this weekend online who's from Ohio.
Just spit it out, Nick.
And I asked him about Skyline chili, and he said it's not normal chili on the noodles. It's like a sweet chili, like there's brown sugar in it.
No, there's not sugar in it, but there is cinnamon in it.
Yeah, cinnamon. That is.
Yeah.
That's
what on earth?
See, and I was in on it until it was because I thought I was just gonna put normal chili on normal noodles and call it good.
Yeah.
But like cinnamon chili, like somebody made chili once and they offered it to me and they put carrots and brown sugar in it. No,
Laszlo says ASL for your friend on the internet.
Now, if you think about it, a lot of spaghetti sauces can be sweeter sauces. It's probably
and
closer to that.
I don't like sweet sauces either.
I don't mind sweet sauces.
I need savory with my noodles. I don't want sweet noodles.
That's a good take.
I don't want sweet nudes.
I can do both.
I want sweet nudes.
Mm-mm.
How about this, John? I'd like us to go to break, and when we come back, we should talk college basketball.
Well, I have a Husker history lesson.
Okay, I guess. Sorry, folks. I was trying to give you hoops. John was stuck football. Classic, John.
Well, you mentioned. Did you already mention it?
No, that was off the air.
Oh, that was off the air?
Yeah, that was off the
Yeah, I don't want to give these people the time of day. They're idiots.
Okay. I told John that if they do this thing to college basketball, he has to go on a rant about how college basketball is going to be the death of society, like he did with college football.
And John says, "Oh boy, another opportunity to get on my soapbox."
But then he'll call basketball games like, "I love this sport; it's perfect in every way."
Listen, they might expand the NCAA tournament, but at least they ain't talking about no damn quotas.
For now.
Well, they probably will because the Big Ten's the dumbest organization on the face of God's green earth.
I hope we get basketball quotas. That'd be a good time. I'm kidding. Husker history lesson sounds awesome.
Well, I fell down a rabbit hole this morning.
Are you okay? Did
No,
you break your other wrist?
No, I'm fine. But
John is going to strangle us.
This is not going to this appears not to be the first time Nebraska will have colored in end zones.
I cannot wait to find out when they had this and how you found this.
I found it was like a rabbit hole. I discovered where did that come from? So we did a little investigation, a little Husker history.
Okay.
Smoked a hookah
Coming
with
up.
a caterpillar.
No, we did not do that. Also, Nick, I have a fun fact about your Colorado Rockies that you'll actually appreciate.
Is it a fun fact or
It's a fun
fart
fact. It's a fun fact. It won't be a fun fact if you're a Royals fan.
Okay.
Coming up, 1620 The Zone.
I am speaking for the people. I just want our listeners to know that I'm here for you. I wish I could say that about my coworkers.
I still like my idea for 25 teams yesterday, not the one I just said.
What was the idea yesterday? Oh, where it's a bunch of FCS schools?
Uh-huh.
That's a horrible idea.
It's actually a funny idea.
Joe, Asian Joe writes in as we get to this new segment.
Hello, Asian Joe.
Did John say Husker history? Shouldn't it be Cornhusker history? Or is he helping eliminate the Cornhusker name one bit at a time?
history.
Okay,
Cornhusker
It's a
history. it
media
is.
conspiracy.
that was easy.
So, as we know, Nebraska has end zones that are colored in. They're red.
And it looks great.
With white lettering. Of course, historically, it's just been, the words Nebraska or Huskers because
Not Cornhuskers.
they don't spell Cornhuskers.
Which I do understand. I guess.
Over a green or natural surface background.
Yeah. If it was Cornhuskers, the font would have to be really tiny.
Wouldn't be that tiny.
Or it'd be stretchy.
I can make it look good in Canva.
Yeah, you can make it
Nick,
look good.
let's see what you can put
Make it
together
look
for
really
us.
good.
Okay.
But I was, a lot of people are doing their countdowns, and I think.
Did John make a list?
No, I did not make a list. I did not make a countdown.
Bummer.
But I was watching a video.
Okay.
Paul Jacobson is he is Mr. Husker Tapes.
Tapes.
He's got his. If it exists,
he's got
in Husker media, radio broadcast, television broadcast, game films, highlight shows. If it exists anywhere, he's got it.
Yeah.
How did he get it?
Oh, he's
got sources. Think of it in the future. This version would be called Husker MP3s.
Yes.
That sounds terrible.
That does sound.
And he was playing back a highlight from a 1967 Nebraska-Oklahoma game at Memorial Stadium.
Okay. Was that game famous at all?
Not really.
Nebraska lost to him, right?
They lost.
Bummer.
67 was one of the two 6-4 seasons.
Shut up, Nick.
Am I wrong?
But if you notice in the screenshot, I took a screenshot of this video.
Mm-hmm.
And unfortunately, I don't have a lot of real great clear pictures.
Yeah.
So if anyone's got them, I would appreciate them.
Wish they used HD back then.
But
why didn't they splurge?
In the end zone, you can tell there's a difference between the green grass. This is back when they had grass.
Ah, good old days.
And there is a
all the
red
grass.
background. There's a red background around the white letters that spelled out, I believe in this end zone, it was Huskers.
But as you say on the graphic, it does not go all the way to the white line.
Right. So it's not like the whole end zone is painted, but just around the word Huskers, it's red over a white, or it's a white letters over a red background.
Wasn't it kind of like that sometimes in the Orange Bowls,
Yes.
where it was white, but it didn't go all the way
Correct.
to the ends? Okay. So
Correct.
that's like a common thing. That's not that crazy to see.
Right.
Interesting.
But,
Crazy.
I've always been under the impression that when Nebraska started putting things in the end zone, it was just the word over either the grass or, the AstroTurf green backdrop. So I kept looking and looking and looking. And here's another, this is a black and white photo, but you can tell
it's darker.
You can
yeah.
tell the difference. You can tell that there's a darker background.
Dude, those NU helmets are sweet.
With the white letters.
Okay.
Here's another angle.
Oh, look at that ABC Sports sign.
Well, stick a pin in that.
Oh,
because there's more. And then in the other end zone, the south end zone,
It's
was
white.
It was red letters over a white background.
That's awesome.
Pretty cool.
Now again, just like the north end zone, the white didn't fill the whole end zone, but it did surround the letters in Nebraska.
Interesting.
But here's the interesting thing. It appears, from what I can tell, that this was only in place for this game.
What?
Because I found a film of the Colorado game from a month earlier. And if you notice, and again, it's black and white, so it's hard to tell.
Yeah, for sure.
But
it does look like a different.
This is the more traditional when they first started writing out Nebraska in the end zone. And if you notice, the letters are outlined in white.
Yeah.
But it's not but it's not covered, there's not a color behind it. It's just the grass.
Yeah.
And then the
So
other
they did it
and then the other end zone, it's the white Huskers outlined in red.
So they did it special for the Oklahoma game?
And the only thing I can think of is it was a televised game.
So they did it for so
they
they pop
spruced-
a little bit more,
So
maybe?
they spruced it up a little for TV.
Oh.
That's the only thing I can think of because this game was a month before
Yeah.
the Oklahoma game.
Interesting.
And I tried finding pictures of other games from that season. It was really hard to find anything that was definitive, but I thought it was kind of fascinating.
Laszlo writes on YouTube, this is some Tom Chattel who announced UNO football games between 1979 and 1988 type of investigating that really represents all the different ways people can waste time. To be fair, I like this kind of
This is interesting.
This is like Pablo. You're like Pablo Torre of 1620
Sure.
The Zone.
Oh.
But I just thought it was weird.
I think
that
this is cool.
that they did it for just. It appears
Take
as
that,
if,
Laszlo.
as if they did it for just one game.
That's a really good conclusion you drew, though, that because it was televised, to
That's
make
the
it pop.
only thing I can think of. Or maybe something happened and, maybe someone lit a fire in the end zone and they had to paint over. I have no idea.
I will say.
I wonder if Babcock knows about this.
Oh.
We could ask Mike.
Maybe Chattel knows.
Chattel wasn't covering Nebraska back in 67.
Oh.
But Mike was.
Yes.
Mike was.
But yeah, so the red end zones aren't the first time that the end zones at least were partially red.
Interesting.
Or in this case, red and white.
Something that's bothering me that doesn't matter at all in the grand scheme of things. Can you go back to the Colorado sled?
Oh, yeah.
All 22?
Yeah. I hate the way the R looks. What are they doing?
Whoa, how
It
come?
makes me so uncomfortable. Like the little
Well, I mean, because back then it was...
They didn't
It
have
was
to
easy-
make
it
it
was-
like a square
but
though.
that's
'Cause look
the
at
way-
the B. The
that's-
B, they made it slant.
That's the same. That's the way that had
how-
been for years.
Yeah, Nick, that's how ours look. I think.
I mean, I get it. It is squared off.
Mm-hmm.
And like the way
But-
the leg comes down.
I mean, this was the 60s. They didn't.
They didn't have Canva, Nick, in the 60s.
They didn't have Canva.
Well,
They had Microsoft Paint like John.
But they
Yep.
could have like done what they did with the top of the B and then just did that. That would have looked better instead of just a square.
I cannot argue with you there, Nick. That is a good point.
Jordan writes, the thing with grass fields is you can change your end zone style whenever you want. Well, nowadays they do it with the turf fields too.
Mm-hmm.
They just go out there with the big old broom and they scrub off the paint and they paint something new. The Rams, they change their end zones all the time.
They do it with a broom?
Well, not a broom, but
They
it's
can
like
just scrub that off. Oh.
Apparently.
They have to be able to. I figure they did it with like a power washer.
Well, it's like a power brush.
Okay, I thought you were talking about
No.
sweep the color.
See, and for some reason, I assume they didn't do it often because they had to get new turf. Like I thought it was specific.
No.
pattern
Yeah,
turf.
it's painted.
Oh.
Though Nebraska's, I mean, at a school like Nebraska, it might just be, the turf might be that
Baked
color.
in.
No,
Yeah.
that's yes. Ever since they went to the field turf, the painted
99.
areas that's the color of the turf.
Of the turf, so you don't.
Yeah,
have
they
to,
don't paint. They don't paint over these fields. It's the red end zones came red.
I can't wait for them to have grass field again. That's gonna be in whatever year, 2030.
Sean, to my point, says that R is a messed up P. Do you think when they were painting it, they just screwed up and like, crap, it's a P. Quick, just do this.
Nebraska.
They could have.
Nebraska.
They could have.
That'd be.
If you also noticed that year, they had marks every 5 yards.
Oh, at the 5-yard line. That's fun too.
Yeah.
I like that.
See, 10, 15.
Look at this. This is a great deep dive.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
See what I was able to find by just wasting 30 minutes of my day going through old films.
I like the 5-yard line mark. I like that.
I do too. I'm a fan of it.
That's a good classic look.
Nick, I could not agree with you more. I like football fields that have 5-yard markers.
I likes football fields.
I like.
I thought you said he likes.
Maybe,
I likes football.
Maybe I did. Maybe I'm thinking of all those conversations that I'm going to have in my neighborhood in the future.
With the kids?
Just to prove you guys wrong, I'm going to take out my phone and say, hey, have a conversation with me. Oh, now that's weird. Interesting. I can't win with you guys. Can't win.
Can't win.
Just get like an old tape recorder. We know somebody in the Nebraska media that has one of those.
Matt met him last week.
Oh.
He had a long conversation with him.
I'm sure he did.
He did.
Coming up.
Content.
Content.
What do we got in content today?
Well,
football?
What do we have today in content?
That's why I asked you the question. Football, basketball, baseball, home runs.
Got a lot of baseball.
Okay.
Yes.
Got a lot of baseball and NASCAR, the sports of summer. The official sports of summer.
The sport that I was really into from 2000 to 2008.
When you were a child.
Yeah.
2000.
Yeah.
That was for 2001.
It was.
Which is when a Space Odyssey is set.
Oh, is that why you
Been
mentioned
kicking the tires on picking that for Movie Club.
Me too, actually. I've been going back and forth.
I didn't like it the first time I watched it, but I was young and a moron, so maybe I'd like it now. Have you watched it since you've been adult and not a moron anymore?
Yes.
So the
Okay.
beginning
It's-
kind of drags on a little more than I wish
It
did.
drags
but-
on a lot.
Are you talking about the monkeys?
Yeah.
Honestly, the whole movie drags.
Hello, Dave.
Well, open your third eye, John.
I mean, I get it because you know
Special effects are pretty
the
good.
special effects were amazing for its
For the
time.
60s?
It
But
still kind of holds up too.
but the movies,
It looks really good in like
it's
4K.
meh.
I have it on Blu-ray.
I own it in ultra high def.
Wow.
Wow.
Sean says, does summer suck more because of the heat or because of baseball? # dumb debates. It's a great question. We'll do that tomorrow.
That is a dumb question.
Oh, interesting.
That'll be tomorrow.
Yes.
By the way, get in your dumb debates.
Oh.
Send us your dumb debates. We got to replenish. It's been a couple weeks since we've done it.
It has been multiple weeks.
Send in your dumb debates and use the hashtag dumb debates.
Pretty easy.
1620 The Zone.
Look, I made you some
Unsportsmanlike
content.
Unsportsmanlike content.
Unsportsmanlike content.
Content.
Content that's unsportsmanlike.
Okay, Nick. What do we have in content?
As we've already discussed extremely thoroughly today,
It was not that thorough.
Nebraska picked up not one but two commits yesterday.
Talks. They're talks now.
Oh, yeah.
Give me a breakdown of the two players that they landed.
Knock yourself out, Mr. Football.
Well, it seems like the defensive back is a player that a lot of schools wanted. So that's a good
Odom.
get. Rule, it's weird because they keep saying Nebraska landed Rule, and I say, yes, they've had him as their coach for multiple years. There's no H in his last name. Running back, that seems okay. That's my,
We'll have to talk. We'll talk about this
breakdown.
with Shafe tomorrow, but
all right.
He seems to think that this is a good win for run the ball guy.
Oh,
and the drift away from the air raid that Dana Holgerson has been talking about for the last several months.
Mm-hmm. Interesting.
But, I mean, it sounds like Nebraska got what they wanted in a defensive back. So it's just going to be different now because for the program that wanted to build through recruiting and develop, now having to kind of pivot in this new world and trying to adjust, especially with the roster limitations, these next couple of recruiting classes are going to be really tiny.
Yeah, it's honestly, it's quite stark when you compare how he has built it so far at Nebraska compared to how he built it at Temple and Baylor.
Yeah.
It's so much different. And so that's why the question is simple. Like, how much does this move the needle now versus like a decade ago? And he said like even 4 years ago it was different. And it is. And so I used to get so wrapped up in it, into recruiting, and I can't find myself doing that anymore for at least as long as the sport and the way in which you can leave is set up like it is right now.
Cal Raleigh. I've never actually heard his name.
You were a
said.
baseball man,
I am,
Nick.
but I've never actually heard his name. Sorry.
Don't they call him the Big Dumper?
They do.
Isn't that this guy?
Hit his 32nd home run last night in Seattle's 11-2 win over the Twins. It's his fourth straight game with a home run, and he's now on pace to hit 40 home runs before the All-Star break, which would be better the 39 Barry Bonds hit in the same time period in 2001. People forget he had 73 home runs that year. Will the Big Dumper hit 60-plus this season?
I'm going to say yes. I mean, he's on a quite the tear right now. I'm with Ferrin. I don't think he's going to hit 40 by the time the All-Star break rolls around, but certainly mid-30s, because that's still, a few weeks away. Mm-hmm. That is when we're in the bad part of summer. But yeah, I think he can get to 60 or more. And he's not doing it at that whack-ass Yankee Stadium. He's doing it at a real ballpark, a ballpark I've been to, by the way.
I don't think he gets to 60. Catching is a tough position.
Oh, but this is about hitting.
I think he'll get into the 50s.
It's pretty cool, though. That's a lot of home runs.
Which would be a record for a catcher. Yeah, I just think that the wear and tear of everyday catching will eventually catch up. But it is a tremendous season that he's had so far.
Big Dumper.
And, I mean, it would be kind of exciting if someone who wasn't on either the cream or the clear actually broke the home run record.
I do like non-steroid users.
I do, too.
Nice.
Twice in the last week, players in the dugout have been drilled in the head with hard line drive foul balls. While both players appear to be okay, is it time MLB mandate more protection in the dugouts?
I mean, unless you put the net over the dugout, which wouldn't be very practical, or dig them deeper so that when you're standing up against the rail, your head's barely sticking over the concrete and you've got netting in front of you. It's just... It's scary what has happened. I mean, Ruiz took one to the head, and then last week, and there was video of this, Hunter Big was struck in the face by a 105-mile-an-hour line drive.
What if you put
Guardian caps?
No, and I'm only being half serious. What if you put like a glass, so like they can still see?
Yeah, but could you imagine how hot that would get?
That's a good point.
I mean,
you could do a net if it wasn't super well. I was gonna say if it wasn't super taut, but then if a ball hit it, it could.
I suppose. I mean, you could extend like the chain link higher to where a ball couldn't dunk in there.
Players are still gonna want to stand up and watch the ball.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't know. Like on one hand, I want to say like you should do something. On the other. And it's a sport that involves a baseball that is flying all over the place really, really fast.
I mean, that's the reason why they put the netting down the lines further because of these hot line drives that are screaming into the crowd.
And that makes sense, right? They're fans. These are players. And so, I don't know, maybe do a poll question of the players and see like what would they want. And if they say yes, do it. And if they say don't, then don't do it. I'm guessing they vote no.
I would say this much. If I'm ever in a dugout where I could be exposed, I'm always watching the game. I'm always watching to see if the ball's coming out.
Oh, yeah.
Otherwise,
I'm messing around on your phone
I'm getting down low enough. And I'm not saying that's what these players were doing, but, sometimes you get into a conversation, you're looking around, you're looking in the crowd, you're not really paying attention, and all of a sudden, here comes that baseball just screaming at you at 100 miles an hour.
So, Josh, I know you're not a Futurama guy.
No.
But there is a sport in Futurama called Blurns ball, which is what baseball turned into. It's in the future.
Be razy.
Exactly. Their ball was on a tether. So if it got too far, it would just joint back.
So you want to have a tether ball instead of baseball?
It's still a baseball, but on a tether.
Interesting. What do you think about the tether ball idea?
No,
John?
this is
All
a
right.
dumb idea.
Yeah, there you go.
And that's why I didn't watch that show.
Nice. Got him.
It's a great show.
Yeah,
sure it's great.
Something we definitely talked more about today than the commits at Nebraska.
What was that?
The A's, who finally started building their stadium in Las Vegas. They broke ground inside on Monday. A sign that things to come for this franchise?
Kind of like with Nebraska, John, where they broke ground with dirt that was just sitting in a pot.
I mean,
the
they're
A's
all-
broke ground inside.
I did. It's
a tough look.
Listen,
Yes, a sign
I'm-
of things to come.
I'm just glad they're doing something now.
That's true.
And they'll actually fill in that big dirt spot. I do wonder what the stadium's going to look like, and if you are able to look in and watch games from the top of the MGM Grand. Because off the floor we were on,
Oh, you can look right down.
I mean,
into
you
it?
can look straight down on that bad boy.
That's be crazy.
Well, it's Las Vegas, so they'll probably do something stupid like block it out. Like when the F1 race is in town, if there's any place that has a view of the race whatsoever, they block it.
You got to pay for it, Nick.
But other places don't do that. Las Vegas is just weird and dumb about it.
I love Las Vegas, and if they want to bring me back, I'd love to be there.
The baseball season and the college game is now, unfortunately, over.
Nice!
How would you grade the seasons Nebraska and Creighton had on the diamond in 2025?
I mean, when you're Creighton and you win your conference, you win the regular season, you go to a regional and send your coach out a winner, it's a solid A. And this is where it gets complicated, because with Nebraska, they
made
didn't
the
win the
tournament.
conference, but they won the tournament and they made the NCAAs. And while some folks might be disappointed because there were higher expectations. I mean, Nebraska was a preseason top 25
So people
team.
were hoping that they could host.
So based on the expectations, you have to downgrade it, but I don't think too severely. I would go B.
Ooh, I don't know, man.
Maybe a B minus because
I was
they
gonna say a
flamed
C.
out spectacularly.
I
in
was
the
going to say a
tournament,
C plus.
but it's in the B's.
I'd say the regular season, it wasn't an F because they did make it to the Big Ten tournament, but it was a D. And then they made it to the NCAA tournament, so that bumps it up. But I'm just going to go with a C minus. You know, like the hard part about this is like you play to win the game, right? You play to win championships. But like I don't expect that of Creighton baseball. And so this season, won the regular season, won the conference tournament, made it to the weekend, or not the weekend, made it to almost as far as you can go inside of a regional. They didn't push them to an elimination game, but so yeah, I mean, I'll go B plus, but I can certainly understand saying an A. But that's just because the brain is thinking like, well, they didn't win the whole thing. But yeah, I think Creighton definitely had a better season than Nebraska. Nebraska's season was saved by what they did in Omaha. Otherwise, it was a huge disappointment.
I mean, if you also consider both teams' slice scores, Nebraska had a 0.5.
And what does that mean?
It means that they were bad.
Okay, hard to argue.
LSU are the national champs, and folks are scurrying to buy title gear. This unlicensed merch from a company called Old Row is proclaiming LSU is an 8-time world champion. Did these guys beat the Dodgers and we just didn't hear about it?
It is an odd way to describe it. Of course, some people have thought it's kind of arrogant for American teams to declare themselves world champions.
For sure.
But we are the best at baseball. We are the best at basketball. We
Japan
are the
won
best
World
at
Baseball Classic last time.
that doesn't count.
Josh, did you hear Nick's voice? It got really high.
I don't know what you're talking about, Josh.
I think this is pretty cool.
Yeah, but
They're
They're not.
college world champ. But see, college would have made the shirt too busy. Now it's not as busy. You don't like it?
I mean, it's only a couple more letters than national.
Oh, instead of world
Yeah,
national champ.
national champions.
Oh, yeah, you know what? I agree. Yeah, good take, John, actually. All right, I rescind what I said.
Yeah, this is a little
Old Row,
silly.
isn't that a bro website? It's like Barstool, isn't it?
It could be. I don't know. It was an advertisement that Nick saw on Twitter.
Oh, look at you, Nick. Did you buy one?
No.
Oh, okay.
John,
Yes.
NASCAR is doing their first ever in-season challenge where a driver versus driver bracket-style elimination format will determine a $1 million prize winner.
What did any of those words mean?
Is this something that will penetrate the CTE-afflicted brain of Josh and get him to watch?
Probably not, because Big Football will tell him that he has to go outside and do a mock protest of why people should be watching football all the time.
Can I do that?
You can.
John, you know, right now I'm doing a lot of stuff. I am reading that book about Facebook, as I told you
Which
about.
sounds really interesting.
I'm doing some.
Are there any good recipes or food videos in it?
No, it's about the downfall of Facebook, John, not recipe videos.
Well, that sounds awful.
It's interesting. You don't find things interesting?
Yeah, I find the recipe videos on Facebook interesting.
Interesting. So there's NASCAR happening? I'm not interested.
I mean, it's just another gimmick to get people to maybe watch.
You know,
and give away $1 million.
A gimmick that NASCAR should do is instead of the stages, they just do one like 300 lap race the whole time without stopping.
I would agree. The stages are silly.
And then get rid of this playoff thing that they do, and
Yeah,
all
I
of
know,
it
the
should just
playoffs
be
are weird.
points based.
Yeah,
and if you
I
win the
agree.
most races, maybe you just win the championship.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Interesting.
That'd be brazy.
But
Brazy, John.
sports are all about their gimmicks.
We love gimmicks.
Speaking of NASCAR,
not again.
Don't Call Me DuPont DePaul is sponsoring one of the cars racing in Chicago. Are we sure someone wants to carry DePaul colors?
That's actually pretty cool looking. And say this about DePaul. They might be garbage at sports, but their logo is cool.
They're called the Demon Deacons.
No, they're called the Blue Demons.
Or the Blue Demons.
You're thinking of Wake Forest.
My bad.
Yeah.
Anyway, in a very religious conference, they're the Demons, and I think that's funny.
And they kind of suck, so I guess that proves that the Lord wins.
Oh.
Suck on that, demons.
I mean, good on DePaul. They're going to get some recognition.
Yeah, why are you anti this car?
I'm not anti this car. I just hope it isn't leading by 20 seconds at the end of the race and then, runs out of gas and falls short at the finish line.
Like DePaul does.
Nice.
I get it. DePaul should be good at basketball again. It was fun when they were good.
Do you even remember when they were good at
Wasn't that
basketball?
the 80s?
It's been a long time.
Yeah, it's been a while.
It's been a while.
They just have cool uniforms.
You
and
remember
logo.
Barry the 80s?
Yeah, I guess I did. I just like their logo.
I mean, the logo's okay. I'm not a big fan of their some of their
Yeah.
uniforms are a little busy.
Yeah, I guess
Some
that's
of
true.
them are. Some of them are pretty.
Like this car is.
I think the Big East has too many blue teams.
That I would agree with that.
That's hard to argue.
I think DePaul should be the Orange Demons.
Oh, interesting.
UConn doesn't need blue in
Creighton
their
can
colors.
be the Gray Jays.
Yeah, Huskies aren't even blue.
They're not. That's true. They're white.
So whether it should be like dirt gray and
Dirt gray.
And white.
I mean, to
or
be
like
fair,
a
the
slate-
Husky isn't blue. It's just that their uniforms
Or maybe
are.
like brown. There's some brown Huskies. They got
Yeah,
some brown.
Oh, brown uniforms are so bad.
Yeah, but brown and white. It could
See, and
look
then
cool.
John, don't you like the Wyoming ones? Aren't you a fan of those? Because they're different.
I'm not a huge fan of the Wyoming ones.
Damn it.
I mean, when your official
road
colors are
trip, though.
poop and pee like the Padres, that's kind of silly.
I will say I do like the Padres uniforms more
See,
now that I saw that like what they tried to do in 2003.
what they tried to do in 2003.
When they tried to go
Oh,
like
when they had
blue.
Tony Gwynn, they made the World Series in those in the 90s.
Yeah, I don't like
when they had the
those, though.
pinstripes.
They're so boring.
Nah, they're cool. You know who should change back to uniforms from that era is the Angels. Remember the Angels uniforms, like when Darren Erstad first got
No,
drafted?
those were
with
bad.
the huge wings on the hat.
Those were bad.
Those were great. I had one of those.
Those
hats.
were really, really bad.
I also think baseball needs more green other than the athletics.
You don't like these? Look at that, John.
No, they were awful.
Because it's about God, John.
No, it's not
Interesting.
about God. It
It's
just
about
looks-
angels. God, those are sweet. No, sorry. Gosh, those are sweet.
You can't just blaspheme like that.
They are really cool.
No, they
though.
were not cool.
Plus, the what do they call the jerseys that it's like
Can I see him? Can I see him? Can you?
Yeah, where
Well,
it's,
it was the cutoff.
yeah, what do they call those?
It was just a cutoff.
How neat is that, Nick? Wow, just a huh?
Yeah, they were pretty bad.
Those were not pretty bad.
They were pretty bad.
pretty badass.
They were ass,
I like them.
and they were bad.
Rob Manfred, if you bring him back, I'll never say a bad word about baseball ever again. Angels would have more success if they brought back those uniforms. Shohei wouldn't have left. He wouldn't have gone over 2 counties. He would have said, I want to live in
highly
Orange
unlikely.
County. Or
Highly
Anaheim.
unlikely.
Or is it the same thing?
I think Anaheim is different than Orange County. I don't know, I guess.
Rats.
No, Orange County is Anaheim.
Nailed it.
Okay.
LA is Los Angeles County. I think it's only one county.
Our friend Rick just tweeted at us, submission for What's for Dinner, Terry Black's Barbecue. He's got a little barbecue going.
I've heard of Terry Black's Barbecue. It sounds.
Where is it?
It's in Texas. It's
Rick
a
travels
Texas-
a ton.
It's a Texas place.
All right. Well,
I'm not sure if it's based out of Austin or Dallas, but it's Texas.
Probably Austin. There's a lot
Definitely
of food there.
Jacobson?
Yes.
He came on the shows twice during the College World Series.
Talk about the Mall of America?
No. I don't remember. We talked a lot
Wait
of
a minute.
football.
He got brisket
Those
and green beans.
Come on, Rick. What are we doing, bro?
Supposed to get tater salad or cornbread. I bet the green beans are pretty good.
Yeah, I don't want those at a barbecue joint though.
Honestly, I would just rather have more meat.
Oh,
I'm kind of Damon Benning when
Benning.
it comes to barbecue. Just give me some meat and then some more meat.
Handshake meme.
16-20 the zone.
When you knock us down, we're going to get up. And on the way up, we're going to bite a kneecap off.
Crust is good on your pizza, not your ass.
I will eat your ass first.
He's tough as a first steak.
And then it's going to take 2 more shots to knock us down. All right. And on the way up, we're going to take your other kneecap.
I'm ready to hang them up, gut them, and skin them, and chop them up. You know what? I'm ready. My daughters aren't starving to death. I'll eat my neighbors.
And we're going to get up, and then it's going to take 3 shots to get us down. And when we do, we're going to take another hunk out of you.
Cliff, what are you going to take away as your best memory from playing basketball at Boston College?
Probably just like going out to eat.
Last night was store-bought fried chicken, which was okay. And tonight it's burgers.
Ooh, on the grill?
Yes.
Awesome.
I love a good burger.
We ended up changing last night's meal and instead did like a pasta salad with some chicken and lettuce in there. It was like so. It was kind of like a pasta salad, but with like actual lettuce inside of it.
Sounds good.
Very tasty. John, you had fried chicken last night. I have a Popeyes gift card. I'm going to Popeyes.
You just pulled these things out of your rear end. Where do they come from?
Well, because he's a member of the cult,
No.
he gets them for free.
When people do things for me, this is the gift that they give, which is great. Because when they give us money, we share it. When they give us Popeyes, Daddy gets the Popeyes.
Wow.
Thank you. I think this
Nick-
was from my friend Aaron.
Nick, you want to see if Austin or Jack Mitchell can fill in because Josh will still be waiting in line.
Wrong. You guys lie.
Tomorrow during the show.
You lie.
Last night I had some leftover pasta from Friday night. I had to get it eaten because it was from Friday night.
Sure.
Tonight we're gonna go see a movie. So popcorn.
What are you seeing?
28 years later.
Oh man, I wanted to watch 28 Days Later, but it's not available on streaming except on one of those garbage websites that has ads.
See, and it was available a few months ago because I watched it for the first time a few months ago.
I've never.
Jesus. Anyway.
That was loud.
Never seen any of those. I watched our movie already. We watched it last night.
I watched it. I think I watched it. I watched it Friday night.
It's so free. It's like homework is already done.
Yeah.
It's great. Nick, you're probably going to stretch yourself out. You got to watch the movie. Hurry. Watch it, Nick.
Watch it on
Watch the
Thursday.
movie, Nick.
I'll watch it on
You gotta
Thursday.
watch it.
All right, perfect.
Tomorrow, Mike Schaefer, Tom Fernelli, Dumb
Nice
Debates.
get, Nick.
Thank you.
See you tomorrow.
Bye-bye.
Goodbye, everybody.